What's going on? Hello and welcome, wonderful people of the world. I'm going to be continuing on with this painting right here. I've been working on this for quite a bit. Let's see. We're going to have this. Let's go like this. All right, there we go. I'm going to be working on this painting. And let's go ahead and get started here in a few moments. But while we're at it, while we're on this topic, I wanted to make this live stream about this idea of I wonder if I could add people. Can I still add people? I hope I sent that invite. Um, but I wanted to make this live stream about the idea that I am of the opinion that most, if not all artists, painters, sculptors, even digital artists, maybe not so much digital artists, because I think digital art is like I don't know, there's a lot of like secrets in digital arts in the sense that there's like a lot of tricks and hacks and sometimes you reuse materials, reuse other people's work and you just kind of like copy paste it. So I can understand why a digital artist or AI artist might not live stream, but maybe you can do something very well with AI. Like if you had an AI platform that you had access to and you wanted to just play around with it via live stream, I would get it. But I think especially most physical artists should definitely live stream. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it unless I find enough data information that suggests otherwise. JC, what's up? John Clark, how you doing? I need to adjust this camera real quick. So I tried to invite Omizu to a duo live stream, but I think he's also streaming right now. So um, his stream was he was doing digital art. And I'm not. Well, by the way, I brought up digital art just now. I'm not saying this has nothing to do with the Omizu's work. I was just saying in general for some digital artists, maybe keeping certain hacks or secrets of digital art um, to themselves or whatever might be beneficial. But as far as like physical art goes, I mean, I think seeing the process. Hey, what's up, Omizu? Donrel. Oh yeah, Dondrell. Okay. What's up, Omizu? I sent you a link invite on your Instagram if you want to join, hop into this live stream. But I know you're also live streaming. It was a little laggy in there. I didn't know if it was me or you. What's up, Dondrell? How's it going? Dondrell, I just noticed that you're in LA, you're in Los Angeles. I've gone to Venice a couple times, which is why I asked when's the next time you're going. Um, Maybe I'll hop down there with you. But uh, anyway, yeah, I was talking about, I think most artists, if not all artists, should definitely stream. And I was saying how maybe not digital artists, because some digital art is really just like taking a photo, copying it, and then, just editing it. I'm not, and I know Omizu, you were just doing a digital piece, and I was bringing you up because I'm not talking specifically about, it wasn't really referencing you. But I was just thinking, like, what type of artists probably shouldn't stream and give away their secrets? And it's probably like some digital artists who uh mostly just like photo bash, which is photo bash a technique in digital art is taking a a photo. And again, I'm not saying you do this. I'm just saying in general from my understanding or my lessons of it is taking a photo that already exists, putting it onto Photoshop, and then editing that photo to make it look like something else. So, but I don't know. I mean, I guess Photoshop would be photo bashing is a skill that people want to learn too. So, to that end, I was trying to debate myself: should all artists live stream or not? And I think, for the most part, 95% of artists should definitely consider live streaming. And then I wanted to talk about the fears of live streaming. Because I was talking to a former artist the other day. This was somebody who had done a show like 7 or 8 years ago, and they said they haven't painted since. And they asked me about my shows, or I even get this question at some places that I've exhibited. And one of the questions I get from other artists is like, "Were you scared? Are you scared to have your art up?" And I'm like, "No, why would I be?" Like that doesn't even occur to me to be scared of displaying my art. there might be just like a tiny bit of nerves, but not really. So it never really occurred to me that this would be a thing. And until like I started to have these conversations, and then this person um, was telling me how they stopped doing art and that they were like terrified their first time displaying. And I think that's probably the first most uh, concerning fear of an artist is the idea of putting your work out there. But you know what? At some point, once you do that, I think the other fears are what if as far as live streaming goes, I think another big fear is like, what if nobody comes to watch? And honestly, I think that's the most irrelevant fear because at the end of the day, YouTube, the more and more I'm realizing this. By the way, John asked the question, would this apply to poetry too? I'll go over that in a second. But I think another big fear is what if nobody comes? What if I have zero viewers? And to that, I really think that the more and more I do YouTube, I see that YouTube is so worldwide that there is 100%. I'm 100% positive that anybody who does some form of art on YouTube, especially if it's really good or unique, especially, but even if it's not, that someone in the world is laying in their bed, sitting on a toilet, bored in the workplace bathroom, locked in their home for a winter storm, and they are just looking for someone who's live streaming artwork that captures their attention. I'm 100% positive of that. At this given very second, there's somebody doing that. So for any artists out there who are like, what if I fail because people don't watch? You're not going to. It's like impossible. It's almost impossible with YouTube because it's like YouTube is accessible to pretty much everywhere where it's not banned. Um, I think that's so interesting, such a powerful idea. And with that, John Clark says, would this apply to poetry too? You know what? I think so. I think it would be a very powerful, interesting idea to hear a poet going through the thought process of like how to decide on their words. Now, obviously, if it's just a poet sitting there, typing on a screen, and it takes like 10 minutes you know, 10 minutes between lines, and they don't really, talk about their process, then maybe not. That could be a little too boring. But, there's probably ways to spice it up if you're a poet. But again, you got to be a very productive poet. I think if you're live streaming, like you got to constantly be like, "Hey, oh, here's the work. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't. I think I think there's definitely value, um, but maybe there's some uh, emergence between poetry, and maybe you could do it with AI. Like if you have access to um, what's it called, to one of the AI platforms, and you type your poetry into the AI and just see what it comes up with. That could be interesting. I mean, so many ways to do it. So I'm standing. I'm trying to stand by my statement here, my opinion. And the other thing is though, where it could be a challenge. I think the biggest challenge is that if you're writing like a book or a script, a movie script, having your idea taken and having that being sold, because I think that happens. Well, I think it's much harder to visually steal this painting, right? I think it's much easier where there might just be some agent or some writer scoping out, looking for ideas on YouTube stream, and then they're connected, and suddenly they start writing, copying your idea, and then trying to sell that. But I don't think that's really a case for poetry because you're gonna have your poetry, and poetry is pretty easy to self-publish into a book. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but I actually made a course on self-publishing books on Amazon Kindle or Amazon through Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing, and self-publishing is pretty easy. And I think that's poetry is harder to steal as far as live streaming goes compared to a well written, someone writing a script. Um, but hey, you never know. I mean, there's someone innovative out there who could do it. I think the biggest fears people face are like people like will people like you, your voice, etc. Well, thanks, John Clark. Thank you for letting me know about the interesting and inspiring idea. That's exactly what I aim for to do. You think that the biggest fears people face? Yeah. I guess that's another thing. Um, I'm trying to think of like I'm really trying to think of an answer for that because posting videos on YouTube, there's like ways to type in a transcript and then get like we've all heard like the videos that have like a robot voice that automatically reads it. You can pay for a service that reads aloud transcripts. So I don't know. I think at the level will people like my face or my voice? If I'm gonna be blunt and not beat around the bush, I think that's just one of those things you got to get over. Like, get over yourself in the sense that um, I think people care, but not that much. And then, at some level, you just got to be like, how many people are going to care that much? Because if you're just starting out, you're not going to get that many viewers, probably, unless you're like really clever, brilliant, know how to market yourself, and incredibly, incredibly super attractive. And people just like to watch you, and you have an incredibly soothing voice, and you're able to say all the right words just perfectly. And even then, people might not watch for a while. So you have some time to like get used to things. My bird keeps chirping. I think she might be hungry or thirsty. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. You hungry, bird? Got extra food in there? Yeah, but oh yeah, so as to that, I mean, biggest fear are will people like me? Will people like my voice? I think at some level, right, you do have to like get over yourself in the sense that most people probably won't care that much until you get big enough where it's like you got hundreds of thousands of followers, and then you finally get the haters that are like, "Why do people like them? Why do people like them? They're not attractive and they don't even have a good voice, right?" Like when you reach that level, I'm just talking from a hater perspective, not so much, how how to view people, but like, I think that when you finally reach that level, you're like, already on a good movement, but at the same time, when you're pretty much starting out on YouTube, it's really not a big deal. Plus, if you're not live streaming, you do have access to the transcript readers. So if you don't like your voice, or yeah, I don't know. I think that also requires like coaching as well. Like you can coach your voice, you can improve your looks if that's the thing that bothers you. People face. Oh, you said people face. When you said face, I thought like whatever came to mind was just looks. But honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal, especially if you're doing artwork. Like, if your art speaks for itself, if you're passionate about what you do, if you're um, able to help people get what they want, which, if you're live streaming, helping people get what they want is either A, entertaining them, B, teaching them something that they want to know, or C, I mean, what else do people want from YouTube? Learning something, uh, being entertained, and offering them sex, money, or power. Any of those things, right? We all know what people want. And at the end of the day, I know that what I do, at least at some level, is either A, inspiring, helping people get what they want, feeling inspired, B, entertaining in some way, maybe not, as entertaining as watching a John Wick film, but entertaining in some way. And just realizing that there's so many people around the world uh, that, there's just so many people there. If you like really dig into some YouTube channels and you realize, and I don't know how far you've dug into YouTube, John, but if you really dig into these YouTube channels, there are some booming channels that are just so ridiculous. And I hate to use that, excuse my language. I think the word hate is a very bad word, but I don't want to use, uh, there, I don't like to use that word, but there is some really, really, there's some channels that are just so ridiculous that are just, it's like, wow, I can't believe they have tens of thousands of followers, but it's their niche. It's their niche. It's their people that like to watch it. Why do people like to watch people eat? Why do people like to watch people play video games? Why do people like to watch people make soothing sounds really close to a microphone? Why do people have foot fetishes? Why do people have all these things? And it's because people are people. They like to see these things. So anyway, the foot fetish was harking back to some of my most popular pieces were like sculpted feet. I was doing oil pastels with sculpted feet, and people loved it. I don't know. So whatever. But I don't judge any of that. So Dondrell says, I only got 300 views on your stream today. Yeah, exactly. It's all good. Yeah, it's like 300 views. Keep going. Like to learn, be entertained, be inspired. A friend said, you like your haters, they keep you grounded. Well, there you go. And you know what? I will also say that, it is of my opinion that although most artists should definitely try live streaming, um, I also think at some level, you definitely, if you're not prepared for haters and trolls and, sometimes unusual people contacting you, then, be prepared for that. But I think most most guys don't have that issue, but I'm sure there's a lot of women who can have an issue of having to deal with, you know, challenges of people trying to challenges with people on the internet. But fortunately for me, I don't really have that issue. So that said, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider, but I think where I think the beauty. Let me grab some paintbrushes before I spend this entire live stream talking. Let me grab a couple paintbrushes here. By the way, Don Drell, Elite Artistry, live streams as well. Worth checking out his channel. I was introduced to him by Omizu, aka Polite Water, and it's great that Omizu is making that effort of building a nice little community of artists, as he mentioned it. So they're going live for 7 years. Oh, so I've had a channel for like 7 years, but I've only been going live for like one and a half. No, maybe like two. Wow, actually, maybe three. I started doing lives over COVID. So, wow, is that really 4 years ago? But those are totally different lives. They weren't art lives. I've only been doing art lives for the past like year and a half, 2 years. This channel has evolved probably at least 20 times, changed at least 20 times. As you can see, a lot of my videos are like idea videos, book reviews, fitness product reviews, all sorts of stuff. But where I need to go, let me switch perspectives here, and I'm going to start where I ended yesterday, which was this piece right here. Or no, I'm going to start on where I started yesterday. But yeah, Don Drell, if I was saying that at some point, if Omizu ever gets a chance to make it out here, we should definitely do like a 3-person show on Venice Beach. But I know, I guess for Omizu, so I think and another for Omizu, that's probably really challenging for him because he lives not in LA. But anyway, I wonder if I want to keep this all like unusual looking, or whether I'm gonna go with that. But I do want to work on this area right here. I want to add in some darker shadows, really just darken some of the shadows. Your live wasn't working. You're back. Your live wasn't working. Omizu, I don't know if you want to hop into this one. I sent you a link on your Instagram page. And um, by the way, that's another thing with streaming digital art. I think you need a really fast internet with a really good computer, because you have to like hook up all these apps and tools, and it just didn't work for me either when I was trying to live stream, because streaming from my laptop is just too intensive for my computer. But yeah, Omiza, I sent you an invite to your Instagram to do a duo live here. And at this point, I will use something to help support my arm as I do these paints, but I really just want to get into some deeper shadows here. We're gonna add a shadow, nice pointy shadow right here. And this is coming up. I'm gonna carve out this area right here, have a better shadow and separation. This shadow is gonna come down. I'm painting this with full knowledge that some of the paint from yesterday is still wet. But yeah, group show. If Omizu is ever able to make it down here with some of his paintings, yeah, we should definitely do like a group thing in Venice Beach. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. And here we go. So gonna bring down that, adding some finer details, some finer shadows into this. Need some separation between his pectoral muscle. Let's add a little bit more black. And by the way, I have to use up all this paint that I have by like tomorrow. This paint that I've already got laid out here, because tomorrow I just need to take care of some stuff. I might not be able to paint for a few days. Maybe a little busy, but let's go down. Use some of this to create separation, and add a little bit of a shadow right here. Oh, there's a lot of paint right there, so it's not going to show. That's okay. Let's go like this, add some more black for some shadows. And we're gonna go like this, bring this down. Painting, biking to the art store, you'll pop back in. All right, thanks, Nandro. Appreciate you, dude. Painting looks amazing. Thank you so much, John Clark. Yeah, this is a combination of a whole bunch of different pieces. Um, so the original inspiration for this was learning that Vincent van Gogh, so Vincent van Gogh, as most people pronounce his name. So he actually, his brother ran an art gallery, and it was through that gallery that Vincent would send a lot of his work to, and they what they did was they published a book. They published a book called Cours de Dessin. So that's COURSDEDSSINS. And what that stands for is course for drawing. So they published a drawing course they published a drawing course, and basically Vincent van Gogh did so many studies of that. He did a lot of studies from that drawing course, and from that, I decided after I found that out, I was like, oh, let me check out this drawing course. And from that, I decided to just do paintings of it instead of just doing a typical like, hey, I'm just going to do drawings. I wanted to do paintings. So that's just me changing it up. But originally, these concepts here are based on a drawing course, and there are some people that have wondered why are there so many dudes, and I think my only answer to that is that's the order. So I'm doing the book in order, as well as the fact that I think classically, traditionally, um, most art, at least classical art, I think studied male figures because of the musculature. It helped to create like a different understanding of the body as far as physique goes. So I do have one female body here, actually two. But for those of you wondering why there's so many male bodies, I think that's the reasoning behind. Well, my reasoning is that I'm doing the book in order. So this just happens to be the order that the book is pushing these pieces. More importantly, I think knowing the history of art, and why the male figure was painted so often is also helpful if you're trying to learn. But definitely, that is one of the reasons why there's so many male bodies here. The book is just filled with this. And with that said, let's go right here. There's some musculature right there. Trying to blend in some of that muscle. And I definitely look back here to see where some of the muscles are too dark and where I need to adjust some things. So right here, let's see, we're gonna darken this space right here. And let's help to simplify some of this area. The shadows are a little bit hard, as you can tell. Hard as in they are very rough. The shadows here, they're very thick, like very like line work. Where what I need to do is I need to soften them a bit, but I just got to make sure that I find the right spaces, find the right brush to find the right brush to do the blending. So this is going to be nice and dark, but let me grab a brush that'll help blend this instead of continuing on with this color. I think this brush does a great job. It's probably my favorite thin brush. It's been ruined. So this brush has been. Let me move this closer too, so everybody can see a little better. Here we go. That's a little better, right? A little closer. See what I'm doing? So this is a brush that has since been ruined, but I absolutely love this brush. Originally, this was a pointed round, which means it's very pointy and round. But as you can see, it has since lost its pointiness and become more frayed. But I think that becomes great for blending. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do. I'm going to look to blend and soften some of these areas together, just around the edges, so that highlights aren't so bright. And then it allows me to also get some of the shadows to look a little bit softer and more realistic to an extent. Um, I'm not a super hyper realist painter, but I do like to like to get fairly close to capturing the look of certain parts. But either way, let's see. Let's go right here, blend this in, and then we're gonna go. I blend this in a bit too. The values are a little bit different, but here we go. And eventually we will paint around it, so I don't need to worry too much about these little parts that are sticking out. But I do want to at least capture just a little bit more of the of like a blended feel for these shadows, make them not so distinct. And here we go. But thanks, John. I thank you for sharing all your thoughts about this channel. I really appreciate it. Really do. And here we go. Let's see. I think I can add some lighter values right into here. And that basically disappears up right there. Let's see if I can bring in some highlights by just using straight white. We're going to add a little bit right here. A little highlight right there. Got a little highlight right there already. Maybe going a little bit further with this highlight. It's a little too dark. Or too hard of an edge, I should say. Not too dark, just too hard of an edge. And let's see, where else would be good? Maybe right here. I'll add some blue. Let me add some blue into this just to separate the colors a bit. Get the blue. And I'm really wondering about this knee. Just doesn't look right. I wanted to find the knee just a little bit further. So let's see, how do we want to do this? I wanted to find the knee just a bit further. I got to create a separation right here. And then there's to be some shadow right here. Bit of a shadow. And here we go. So I think that helps to define the knee just a little bit better. And then let's add some musculature right here to support that. And then let's define the edges of this section of our leg. As we come down here, we're going to go back with this knee. Let's see, maybe I'll go in with a nice deep red to fill this area right here because I don't like this black right there. All right, that's fine. Let's throw some of this red into here. A couple strokes of red. And let's see what else. this brush, this brush. Let me send a bit. And here we go. So, this a little better. I'm gonna leave this pretty much where it's at. I think as long as up here, musculature looks okay. Let's go like this. All right, reduce the hard edge a little bit better. And I'll carve out one more section. So I'm going to use this to carve out a little bit of our muscle here. It's going to have a little bit of a red, but let's carve out a little bit of this muscle. Ever so subtle carve out of this muscle here. It just looks a little bit more distinct. We're going to round this out. All right, almost there on this one. Let's see. So here we go. We'll do this. I'm going to blend this part in a bit more. Go. And you know what? I need another highlight. Get a nice white highlight around a certain area. Let's highlight right over here to separate the torso. And let's see, get a little highlight right here. We're going to do a red pink into this area. Highlight right here. And then add some highlights into here to give it some more texture. I'm just doing some minor details now. I'm not really like too focused on like detail as much as I am just, oh, this would add a little bit extra to the design here. I don't get too detailed with this, but I do want to give it like a finished feel. So here we go. Let's add some of this again, some of this white top of our grays. Highlight around the top of the leg right here. Give some more roundness to the knee by adding some more color. And yeah, you know what? I think I'm good on this one. Just a little bit right here. add a little bit of a transition into this belly button area. You know, I am absolutely fascinated by how this painting or this painting, these figures are all based on sculptures, and it's amazing that these sculptures look like real fleshy flesh, and it just blows my mind. But this needs a much more defined edge. I keep seeing stuff. What's up? Looking good. Thank you. Check on your mom. I hope that comments didn't derail my thoughts. No, your comments didn't derail my thoughts. You know, sometimes it's good to have comments right at the beginning, so I have something to talk about and guide the thinking. But um, yeah. So we're gonna go up here. We're gonna go around to create a nice dark shadow into this space right here. I'm gonna blend that in a bit with this smaller brush. All right, we're gonna leave this and we're gonna go to the next one. I just want to see if there's anything else that I should at least add a little bit of attention to detail to. Just a couple things. There's this great book I read called The Creative Act. I highly recommend it. By Rick Rubin. He is a producer of like many well-known rap groups and like artistic artistic influences from like the 90s and 80s. So if anybody has some credibility, I think he's got some good credibility. And it talks about like when to know when you're finished. And I think that was a really good chapter. Am I blocking this? No. Oh, you tried to join my live, but it wouldn't let you. You went to the link. Let me see. I feel like I should be able to. You went to the link, Omizu. What did it say? All right, we're gonna go to the next figure now. I think the next figure was this one. The one after that was this one. I think I worked on this one. I don't really think that there's too much more that I need to add to this, honestly. Let's see. Oh, I didn't respond. Hey, dude, while I'm here, let me why don't oh, here we go. There we go.
Oh snap! Yeah.
All right. There we
Hold on,
go.
let me turn down my phone. Hey, what up, bro? Can you hear
Hey,
me?
yeah, I hear you. So I wonder if it says shares your name on your page or on this stream. Hey, John, do you know if it says his stream name on here too, or no? Are you able to see or?
I'm watching on my phone, but I think I'm behind. Oh, it's got it flipped. I'm on the right, but what I'm seeing, I'm on the left.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway. Thanks, John. Thanks for sharing this. Really appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Yeah, and of course,
Hey, we
Omizu does
finally
painting.
got connected.
Yeah, so that's one of your paintings on your wall, obviously, right?
Yeah, you see
Or
that? That's that's an old painting.
one of your onis,
Yep.
onis.
Yeah, that's probably
Cool.
one of the earliest ones. That thing's got to be like maybe 20 years old.
20? Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, I probably started about 20 years ago. I think I finished it in 2012.
Yeah, cool. Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. So your
So yeah,
piece is moving along?
Are you still working on any more pieces today, or?
Well, I was trying to do the book stuff.
Yeah.
So that failed as
Oh
far as
no.
the live stream's concerned.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, because it wasn't working, right?
Yeah, I went on there a second time, and then I went to go check on my mom, made her a
Okay.
grilled cheese sandwich, and then when I came back, it had ended again.
Oh no.
Yeah. I think
Well.
it could be my brother's Wi-Fi.
Oh, you're at your brother's place?
Yeah, I'm up in Minneapolis right now.
Okay.
Up in Minnesota where it snowed. Might be snowing some more right now. You ever experienced snow?
Not like not as a kid, not as like not a full season, but I've definitely been to snow. I grew up in Florida, so definitely
Yeah,
not a
you
full
definitely ain't
season.
seeing snow there.
But here, yeah, totally. I've definitely experienced snow. Even in California, there's snow out here, and
Do you have to
yeah,
go into the mountains?
yeah. You definitely have to go in the mountains. You got to go up into, um, yeah, you have to go up in the mountains. There's different mountains here. I was gonna try to add to that, but I couldn't really think of anything else
Oh,
to
that's
add. That's
that's okay. My mom used to live in Mammoth Lakes for a little while.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
this is
visited
great.
her one time. Never been on the coast, even though I have a couple of my sisters live out in LA.
Oh yeah, in Los
Yeah, and
Angeles.
I got a friend that lives out there too,
Okay, well,
but never been there. Not that side. Okay, I can't say that for that's a lie. I actually sat on LAX tarmac waiting for my flight
oh
to
yeah.
take off to go to Hawaii after
Oh, cool.
a changeover.
Yeah.
That's as much
So,
LA
by
as
the way,
I
I don't know if
saw.
you were here. Oh,
What's
what was
that?
that? I was gonna say I don't know if you were here when Donrell was here, but I was saying if you ever do make it out to LA and you're able to bring some of your artwork, we should like because I noticed he was in LA, and we should like just go to Venice and try to sell our pieces.
Yeah,
Like a
he
group.
says he does the boardwalk, and then I heard you mention the boardwalk, like
Yeah, I've done it a few times.
to sell your artwork.
Yeah, it's all right. But, if anything, it's, like, fun to just be there and, like, get yourself, your work out there and stuff.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
But I'm probably overworking this area right here. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's because you're
well,
focused
I
on
just like
talking
the
to me and
effect.
painting.
I like the effect that this is having in the sense of, like, it's creating this, like, wispiness, this, like, painterly look. I like this
Yeah,
effect.
there's some good modeling going on there.
Yeah, whatever whoever shows this figure or whoever was able to come up with it did a great job.
Are you checking your chat? So I make edits,
Oh,
says
what's it
he.
say?
So you have a
Edits
new
is here.
friend. Yeah, I
Fred
make edits.
Joy. Yeah, edits is.
Yeah, we're friends, artist
Oh,
friends.
yeah, edits. So edits. Omizu has definitely been here for quite a while, tuning in and visiting. And one thing I'm noticing about this, I got to bring this up a little bit. So I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to navigate that challenge, or maybe. Does it look? I think it looks okay. Because
Is that
obviously
like
this is.
the back side?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. That's about right. That's not too off. Uh, let's see. Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm just gonna define the edge a little better, and then I think this one will be okay.
Every time I watch your live streams, I wanted to start oil painting again and just kind of paint loose like this versus like um, try to be real precise and you know.
Yeah.
It's not easy because I start off being loose, and then my mind just goes like, it needs to, it needs more detail. It needs to look smooth. It needs to look this and that instead of just letting it be.
Yeah. And do you ever like overcome that, or is it just like something that that you feel like is your thing? You just can't. It's your thing.
Um, I've tried it on a few things, but the works are always just like sit unfinished,
Yeah.
and maybe that's the thing. Is just like it just needs to be unfinished, like because my mind looks at it and it's like it's not finished.
Yeah. I hear you.
But like I look at your work and it's like, okay, he's able to do it. Same with like Dondrell's work. He just whips it out and it's like that it is what it is.
Yeah, no, his I saw his, and yeah, definitely very free, expressive. You could definitely see where he gets inspirations from, and it's just that free creative creative expressiveness.
Yeah. It's cool to see people just, be able to do that.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. It's a
It
whole
takes
different.
weeks or months for me to finish something.
But there's a place for everyone and everything. It's just
That's
that's just
that's true.
type of work you like to do. I mean, as long as you're able to switch when you want to switch, I guess.
Yeah, I jump all over the place. As you can tell, I got different styles of work.
Yeah, no, they're great. They're awesome. Very cool.
So you got anything else lined up? Any shows?
Um, I submitted to a few things. There's this website called helloart.com. I don't know if you ever heard of them,
Mm-mm.
but I think I might have mentioned. So there was a series of like 10 paintings that I did that were really big, or not like really big, but like, a little while ago, they were my abstract pieces. And I submitted those
Oh,
that,
was
yeah.
that the ones from like a few weeks ago?
Yeah. So those
Yeah.
I submitted to Hello Art.
Oh, those are awesome.
And they're supposed to have a show. That's you upload them, and then if they like them, they'll like, it's part of their program. But I submitted those, so we'll see what happens. So I'm waiting on an answer back. They were supposed to, um, I guess, yeah, the submission deadline was November 30th, but they weren't specific about like when they would tell us whether we're in or not. I don't know.
Is this a IRL show or online?
Honestly, I don't really know. Oh yeah, yeah, no, it's an in-person one actually.
Okay.
It's like there's like a business out here in LA that's gonna host it. So that should be pretty cool. I guess corporate clients are probably very good for artists. Um,
Yeah, if you can get those corporate gigs,
yeah,
they might pay a lot of money.
yeah. Oh, definitely. Like I didn't realize this, but there's a lot of like businesses that just have huge collections of like art, and that's like, that's what they do.
Yeah, if they made that available to more artists, that would be nice.
Yeah, but
Ah,
Hello Art, that's the website. You just have to the only catch with Hello Art is you have to submit big pieces. That was the only
oh,
catch that the pieces had to be at least 20 by 20.
okay.
But you know what I think the beauty of that is that the majority of the people submitting are mostly like abstract artists. So, you almost have to like force yourself to like free yourself of the mindset that you have to paint everything like totally realistic. You know what I mean?
Is that what they're mostly accepting as abstract art, or?
No, but I think the majority of like paintings that are much bigger are usually abstract. I mean, just just based on like seeing on social media and stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, it seems like things are leaning more abstractly these days, at least from
Yeah,
what I'm reading on
yeah,
various. art sites or art magazines. For a while, the figure was huge. People were tired of abstract art, and I actually think it's coming back to figurative work again. I think people are
Yeah.
starting to get tired of abstraction just because it's like, I don't understand it. I don't understand this stuff. That's like,
Yeah, no, I think figurative is also it's definitely going to make a comeback as well at some point.
You'll be ready to go then. You're kind of in the middle, abstract figure.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun stuff.
Yeah.
So are you
I
going
do
to
a bit
try
of
and
both.
do a series of these then?
A series of these?
Yeah.
So I already have a series of these. Not like exactly the same, but so let me get this one section right here.
Because I know you've been speaking about the book that you're drawing these images from. Hey,
Oh
Harry.
yeah.
Would you just
Yeah,
limit
so
it to that book or kind of explore
just for
that?
now, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you see back here, that painting right there is actually also based on it, except it's all faces. So this is all figures. The other one's all faces.
And it's all from that same book.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
same
Hey,
book.
can you hold on a
And I have
second?
like 5.
I gotta go check on my mom real quick.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'll be back.
Sure. Yeah, sure, man. All right, so right now I'm gonna add some dark blue, and I want to add back our shadow into this section here. So we're gonna look to blend in nice little shadow as it comes around this edge right here. Because there's not enough differentiating the space. And here we go. Just to help create some separation. And just create some more subtle details. But with this, I think this area looks okay. We add a little bit more shadow around, create a more subtle curve here. Shadow's gonna come around, lighten up this color. And yeah. And very cool. All right. So we're gonna leave this. We're gonna move on to this third thing that we were working on last night. Actually, you know what? I want to tighten up some of this bottom part here. I don't necessarily want to leave it like that. So my goal right now is to better define some of these shapes here. Some of these shapes right into here. Let's go up with this. And then come around like that. Let's add some better tone work here. So that it doesn't look like I just painted a bunch of stripes. Which is exactly what I did, painting a bunch of stripes. But I think it should at least match the overall feel of this part a little bit. Is what I'm going for as I'm editing this section right here. And here we go. I'm gonna go up like so. Not doing too much to Omizu. So Omizu says, would possibly see more of the painting on the wall. Is it one of yours? All right. Well, when he gets back, we'll have to get Omizu to. Yeah, we'll have to get Omizu to share some of his work. Why? Why didn't I think of that? Let's see. He has some really cool stuff that he shared on his live. So, um, guess we'll give him a few moments, right? He's got stuff to take care of. And here we go. Let's this shape right down here. We're gonna bring in some of the white into the bottom. Try to leave just the bottom in shadow. Otherwise, it just looks like a dark outline. So here we go. All right. Not going to do too much more detail on that piece. Or this section. Let's go to the next one. I was working on this figure. This figure is fun because it's a horse, but the head is missing on the figure. So it's very exciting. It's exciting because I love paintings where it's like the painting looks really good, and then suddenly there's like this part that's just like covered or blacked off. Like the guy who did the Alexa, Alexa, who painted the painting with the guy with the apple in front of his face? I think it's Magritte, Rene Magritte. Alexa, who is the artist Rene Magritte's known for?
Renee Margaret is a contemporary artist known for her bold and provocative paintings that challenge social norms and preconceived ideas about reality. Her work is often characterized by its use of colors and surreal imagery.
Alexa off. I didn't know Rene Magritte was still alive. I don't know if that's the piece. Hi, Mari. How am I doing today? You haven't been able to busy juggling life in school. The cats are great. Thanks for asking. I was just giving a little kiss to the nose of my cat just now as I disappeared off the camera. Um, let's see. But yeah, how are you? You're annoyed that the start of a cold means no sports night, but then you would have missed this. All right, cool. Well, thank you for substituting this for your sports. I'm glad I could help. Um, yeah, I yeah, I feel honored that I can be a part of your evening sporting tradition. So here we go. We're gonna grab some red and some blue, and let's try to find a good purple, just a darker color, and we're gonna paint into the shadows. So Mari, how are things? Yeah, yeah. What's going on? Got any new artworks? Any new artworks? I was just looking at your Instagram page the other day because I was like reviewing some of my Instagram. I was like, oh, I wonder how Mari's doing. So good timing, very good timing, very interesting timing. And here we go. Gonna add in the shadows right under the lip here, and give the nose a little dab right there. go. Right across. Bring up some more shape. I need to add a shadow shape for this head here. Create a separate account for any art-related stuff instead of posting it on your personal. Right on. I mean, that's what I do, right? Well, actually, my YouTube channel has always been both a mix of my my personal and my, well, not really personal, like anything I'm willing to put public. But my Instagram page, I definitely have two, which I'm sure someone has noticed. But yeah. And let's see what's up with this ear right here. We don't need the shadow up here, but we need this ear section. Let's give a little underline to this eye.
Oh, hey, bro, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. So John was asking about your painting. He'd like to know more.
You want to see some of them?
Yeah,
I got-
should. Yeah, feel free to share. Or whatever.
So I got about 4 of them in this room. Let me see if I can get a light on. I gotta figure out how to. Can I do my screen? Let me see. Oh yeah, that works. I don't know if you're still there, John. There's that one. Light's not gonna be the best. That's the one I'm called Steam Room. That's one of the Oni characters, the little boy.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's a mix of acrylic base and then, well, maybe some spray paint too, but then all that's oil. And then you'll definitely be able to see my different styles of it. This is a portrait of my brother's old dog.
So it's mythology though, right?
Yeah, it's like based in Japanese. At least the characters are. I just kind of put them in my own little scenarios.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't know how well my iPad's gonna capture that. But that's that's an oil painting, dude.
It looks like velvet. It looks like you painted velvet.
Yeah. It's on canvas.
Yeah, that's amazing, dude.
I don't know if let me try and turn the light on. I don't know if that'll help.
Incredible.
Probably not. It'll be all yellow light. Yeah, I started that a long time ago and I finished it, let's see, 2017.
Oh, wow.
I think I started this, like I had like just a rough outline washed in oil. I think I started that like mid to late 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is more of kind of an abstract piece I did. This has collage, acrylic, enamel, spray paint. It's kind of a lot. I don't know if you can see that. It's got drips. It's got some iconic images.
Dude, that's really sweet, man. Nice.
Yeah, here's a little cicada lost in the noise. So it's a lot of crisscrossing dripped colors. Obviously, that's a spray paint and the acrylic or oil enamel, not acrylic.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
get in
you know,
there, you could really see the newspaper.
I think what you're saying is obvious is not really so obvious, because I don't know how. I only know how oil paint works. I don't really know how all the other paints work.
It all it's all how you layer it.
Yeah.
You don't want to put certain types of paint over top other types of paint or into wet and wet. I mean, people do it. This is all oil. This
Yeah.
is actually based off a Michelangelo piece, and I just
Oh, for real?
substituted more Asian, Japanese themed stuff, characters in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Like the little cherry blossom tree.
Oh, dude, my
You got
goodness.
you got the nuclear power plant in the background.
Yeah.
Electrical towers. Yeah.
Amazing work.
Look, even in the background, there goes Don Quixote and his sidekick, Sancho, or was it Sancho Panza? I can't remember the dude's
Yeah.
name. I think at the time I painted this, I was reading, I can't remember his first name, Miguel Cervantes' book.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's, I got my little frogs. I do these guys too. They usually have smoke coming out of their mouths. Sorry, it's a little unsteady. Got a trio of those guys in there.
And you're telling me you haven't ever taken photos of those to like offer them as prints?
Oh, I have photos of these. It's just making the prints.
Oh, right. You said you don't want to do print on demand.
Well, I'm not sure if this is actually up anywhere. It might be. Oh, here, let me here's another one that's kind of experimental.
Yeah.
It's oil, wax. There's a bee in there, like a bumblebee I found, like a dead bumblebee. Yeah, the wax is starting to kind of fall apart a little bit. Some spray paint, some oil stick, some
But
pen.
it's awesome that you would use wax because that sounds like a very experimental, like I don't know exactly how that would work, but it's like, hey, let me just do it.
I didn't know how it would work. I was like you said, just do it. I think there's a what is it? Colored lacquer. Like I put oil and some lacquer and dumped it on there too. That's all the red.
Yeah.
I mean, this piece is at least 20 plus years, so
It's still got that.
still kind of holding up. Besides the some of the wax kind of breaking a little bit. Here's some of my cats. 3-color wood, or not wood block, but block prints, linoleum.
Very nice. Oh yeah, abstract.
Yep, just different colorways. Those are my Picasso's cat.
So are you have you done any shows with these or
I'm not sure if I've shown. Well, I've had them at the art fairs I've been doing.
Oh, that's cool.
Here's these are newer. This is like a
Amazing.
single line drawing, or based off a drawing of
Yeah.
an azalea. And then I
Yeah.
did a bunch of patterning in the background.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of stencil work going on in this piece because it's there's some acrylic based enamels, some acrylic paint, and a lot of acrylic spray paint, like the artist brand spray paints.
I don't know much about spray paint, so that is a total loss for me as far as
Yeah,
that.
being a kid growing up in the 80s and 90s, well, 80s, but then 90s, like in my late teens, early 20s, you know, graffiti was huge. And
Yeah.
I had friends that were into going out and doing graffiti. I don't know if I have anything else. Oh, here's a tiger. It's probably too dark.
Yeah, I mean Keith Haring, Basquiat, right? They're all the started off working in doing spray paint stuff.
Oh, here we go. Those guys, I mean, Basquiat would do his same-o scrawlings throughout
Yeah.
Soho, him and Al Diaz.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I mean, he used some spray paint in some of his early pieces, but nothing where it was like all spray paint. So, I mean, they're definitely inspiration. I don't know if Haring ever used spray paint. He always seemed to use a brush and the paint and do it that way.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen a video of him going into like a subway and spray painting. But I could be wrong. Maybe he used a different material.
He was actually at that time going into the subways and finding these like advertising panels, and they would put black construction paper to cover up some of them, and he saw those, and basically he would just go in and draw his images on those blank sheets of black, which was just genius in that sense, because I don't think anybody else saw that and was like, let me just put something here on this blank.
Yeah, and he was getting arrested for it too.
What's that?
He was getting arrested for it too, I think.
Oh yeah, they had the one famous video of him being arrested. I don't know if that was staged or not.
Dude,
probably after he had been doing a lot of those. There's some glare on this one. This one includes a vinyl piece that I did a 4-colored screen print of a trout on.
Yeah.
And then there's just mess in the background, just various layers of spray painted stencil stuff, scraped on acrylic paint. I used some metallic paint that you put an oxidizer on, and it'll create like a cool kind of patina effect on. I think
John says, where do you draw your inspiration from?
All kinds of stuff. Usually like different processes and Asian based stuff. Stuff I see, graffiti for sure. Yeah, living in Minneapolis, I didn't have a car, so I would bike or skateboard or take public transportation everywhere. So during the 90s, there was a huge influx of graffiti writers just going around and tagging on everything. So I would just, walking around, just observe that street stuff. Never been so happy to miss sports.
Very cool.
But yeah, street art, some street art. But before street art, it was mostly graffiti. And then I discovered Jean-Michel Basquiat, late 2000, or not late 2000s, but late 90s, early 2000s. Hold on a second. My brother's dog just threw up. Watch out, Bugsy.
That's what they do. They do stuff.
Hold on, don't eat it. Let me clean it up.
Yeah, so my inspiration starts with Vincent van Gogh. So basically, I mean, I would say the majority of my work, I don't know, you probably weren't here for my early paintings, but my early paintings I did live streams on were all like, I would say at least like 20 or 30 of them were based on Vincent van Gogh's drawings. So I would take a drawing of his and then I would sketch it out and then paint it. in my own way, my own interpretation. And then from there, you know, of course, like you kind of like your mind goes other places and you start to like learn about other artists who Vincent was inspired from. And even this, like, if you ever read through Vincent van Gogh's letters, you'll find that some of the drawings that he has in his letters to his brother are actually from this book. Not this book specifically, but the original course of drawing. Like if you ever go through Vincent van Gogh's letters, you'll find some of these sketches, like these figures right here. Find some of these sketches of people, like figures and stuff. So you'll find some of these in his drawings and sketches. Um, but yeah, so even this painting, although it's not in a style of Vincent, or you know, it's not like a reinterpretation of Vincent's work. This is definitely, it draws its ideas from Vincent's use of this material, and that's what I would say for that. But of course, you know, going beyond Vincent, right? Where is it? Um, you know, Fauvism, the Fauvists after Impressionism, they were the artists that really like they would use like red for leaf colors and like green and these really just saturated colors to capture certain details that were like totally unorthodox. Like they would use green to paint people, or like um you know, something that you would think that is like blue would be painted like red, and they would do stuff like that. So that's what the Fauvists did, and I just love their exploration of color. But you know, continuing on, of course, expressionists. I mean, Picasso, not necessarily Picasso on this piece, but some of my other paintings, obviously, but more than Picasso, like Cubism in general. And with that, I gotta pick my next figure. But you know, so many. I mean, there's a whole like lineage, I think, that I could give credit to, lineages and lineages of people. Lots of lineages. Yeah, the list could go on. And let's see. Egon Schiele. So Egonschhiele. Paul Gauguin. A lot of the Impressionists. And then just some modern artists too that I like to follow. You know, of course, I follow Mizu, so he's got a lot of pop art, which is great. I don't do pop art, but you know, it's always good to just get inspirations from all over. But I think some modern artists that I get some techniques from. Lo Chan Pang, that's LoChancng. He's like an absolutely amazing, brilliant figurative painter. Ryan Jensen Art, he's like a impressionist painter in like Laguna Beach. Mark Maggiore, I like his work, but I don't think I would ever try to paint like him. But he does these brilliant like Western pieces and
Sorry.
just hyper realistic with huge
Come on.
mountains and things like that. So that's Mark Maggiore. James Gurney, I mean, I'm sure he's mentored so many
Oh,
people.
yeah. I follow him for
Yeah,
sure.
so
He's
James
very
Gurney.
inspirational.
Yeah, brilliant guy. I mean,
Yeah.
and you know,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
amazing. But he's like one guy who's like dedicated his entire life literally just to studying the interaction of light and color and paint. And that's, by the way, this is another reason why I think artists should live stream. It's this idea that you know, for someone like him to share all of his knowledge, everything that he's like pretty much thinks about as it ties to art is out there, and it's very helpful. And I think that not necessarily everything I say is helpful, but there's probably some artists out there who could share some words of wisdom. But anyway, Yeah.
I think it's good to show the process. Because some people learn visually, other people need instruction.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, just watching somebody paint, because not everybody wants to be told how to paint. I mean, that's how I started off, was watching Bob Ross and William Alexander on public television way back in the mid 80s to late 80s. I didn't paint at that time. I was in high school in 87. So I would watch those shows all the time. Never touched a brush, just watched them. Just watched how they painted. I didn't want to
Exactly.
paint like that. But yeah, after high school, got a set of colors, oils, also acrylics, and just started trying it. I had a basic understanding of, what to do, and it grew from watching those shows, reading books on art instruction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't really go to school. I mean, it was a thought in my mind, but we didn't have, like, my family didn't have the money to be sending either me or my brother to college, and we weren't making an effort to want to continue our education afterwards.
Really?
Just joined the workforce, and I still did art. I still made stuff, but
Yeah.
I always wonder where I'd be if I did go to art school.
Do
Like,
you? I mean, where
would I
has
still
have
be
you?
making art, or would I just be
Mhm.
like, screw this, this is whack?
Oh, do you
Or
mean like maybe art school would have demotivated you, or do you feel like it would have brought you further? What do you mean?
it may have gotten me a little further,
Oh,
or just, like, I don't know, maybe it would have extinguished any desire to be creative.
right.
Plus,
Yeah.
at that time, I don't think I was mature enough. Even though I would see all the art, go to the museums and stuff like that. I just was the real quiet, shy kid. Had barely any friends. Most of my friends skateboarded, and that's what we did. So
Uh-huh.
other than that, I would just keep to myself.
Yeah.
Had a deathly fear of public speaking, which is kind of ironic now that I'm just like, screw it, I'll do live stream.
Yeah, that's
I don't know what to say.
pretty
I
big
don't know
change
how to
there.
be.
That is quite a big change there, dude.
Well, it also came with age. I mean, after a
Like not
while, you're like, I can't be like that anymore. I got to engage with people
yeah,
if I want to be successful in the way I feel I should be successful. I need to get out there. Like Dondrell says, the first step is to show up. It ain't
yeah,
gonna
right.
happen if you don't show up.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't gonna
Yeah.
get those shows if you don't apply. You're not gonna have people following you if you if you're not, putting your stuff out there.
Exactly. That's exactly true. I'd agree with that. But that's one thing that I think also the culture of Los Angeles contributes to that in the sense of people are always like, just everybody realizes that as a universal truth and everyone's getting themselves out there. Or not everybody, but the people that are really going after it, it's just part of
Oh,
the game. So I think being in Los Angeles is also helpful in that sense.
yeah, I
That
think being in those bigger markets is helpful because yeah, like you said, there's a lot of other people trying to be creative too and do the similar things that you're into. Like LA and New York, New York especially. It's like a lot of people move to New York, because they feel that's the path to success as far as being an artist.
yeah.
feel like LA, do you think it's more laid back as far as that's concerned, or are there a lot of people that are just like just that hungry? Because I feel like West Coast is like people are a little more chill. I mean, it wasn't until later that you guys were kind of put on the map as far as art. As soon as
I
like
don't.
Andy Warhol brought his paintings out there to be shown, I can't remember the name of the gallery that people may have started to take. Sad to say, somebody from New York had to put West Coast art scene on the map, but I don't think it was fully his doing. I mean, it
Well, yeah.
did help, I think, because there were
So
definitely artists that were doing their thing in the West Coast, on the West Coast, and they just, I don't know if they were getting recognized though.
yeah, well, definitely as you're saying, I think LA has always been a film and TV town, music, and as you mentioned, the certain people brought it out here. So for sure, I think traditionally it's always been film and TV, but definitely now, I feel like people still, people are hustling, people are working hard, artists are working. There's a lot of artists. Um, but let's see. John Clark says,
Yeah,
"I
I was
didn't
gonna
try."
say that.
Oh, yeah, you go ahead.
John says, I didn't try anything artistic until recent years. My art teacher really put me down, and I have always believed I wasn't able to produce art. Yeah, I think that may have be one reason why I didn't go to art school. Because I had friends that did go to local art schools and stuff, and I would see, things that they were going through. But I don't think it would be all that bad. But yeah, if your teacher is putting you down, it's like, is that the teacher for you? It's like, why are they putting you down? They're supposed to be lifting you up. Unless they're just, at least at that time, maybe they were mad at their own inability to go anywhere with their art. I don't know. That's just the thought.
Yeah, I thought maybe it had to do with that's just like how teachers taught. Like, they're just from the old school, that old school mentality of being like rough and or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be that. And also, like, the younger generation is always coming in with, new takes on art. And so they're trying to teach you a specific way of creating art. John says she used to rip up my artwork, use it as scrap paper, and verbally insult me. Uh,
Dang.
was this like in high school or earlier, John, or was this like in college? Because I can't imagine a college teacher doing that. But you never know. Yeah, I had a fear that that type of horror stories, like you know, teachers just berating you because you're not doing it correctly. It's like it's art. It's like secondary school. Is secondary school, is that like middle school? Like just pre high school? I'm not certain about that. I'm assuming like grade school. These teachers.
Yeah, honestly, I can't say that I've had a very bad experience with teachers. But also I wasn't really into art as much as a kid, so that could contribute to that.
Well, even in other subject matter, did you have any teachers that were just like, why are you still a teacher?
um, I,
Oh
you
yeah,
know what?
secondary school is college.
I would say that I mostly had good teachers, so I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't until college that I was like, oh, this teacher's kind of like lame. Why, they're there for tenure or whatever. But I would say most of my teachers, I mean, I had teachers that didn't like me because I was not a good student, but I think that's different than, a teacher being mean to me.
Was that because you weren't getting the grades or acting
Mm,
out in class? I mean, in college, most people are like pretty chill. You don't get
yeah,
that.
well, yeah, in college was different, but definitely in like, the formative years, right? Like if you're talking like, the really influential days when you're in grade school or like elementary school or whatever. I didn't really have any bad teachers, but definitely in college I had some lame teachers or boring teachers. But yeah, your art wasn't great. You wrote poetry and made view of your art teacher very crystal clear without naming the teacher's subject. Yeah, I'm sure. Does your teacher know about your writing about them, John? Do they know how you feel?
Were they treating you differently after they saw the poetry, or was this prior to that? So what you got going on in that middle space?
Oh, this is like just some fabric and a horse's nose.
Okay.
So it's yeah. Here, I'll show you.
So John said she did and guessed the English teacher loved it. Well, at least you made one teacher happy at the expense of another teacher.
See, I'm just doing this little square right here and not
Okay.
painting the rest.
So like a part of the muzzle and some fabric.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I like stuff like that. Actually, that's kind of um, in middle school. I think it was like 7th or 8th grade English class. I was not the best English class student. Like I didn't act out, but I didn't get very good grades. They had these extra credit assignments, which were drawing based. So you'd have
Ah,
this image and it was broken up into smaller pieces and mixed up, so squares, and then next to it would be the box with the grid. In each square had assigned letter number, and you would draw that in on the other side, and it would make a complete image. So what you're doing now is kind of reminds me of that process back then
oh yeah.
of just copying. And yeah, I think I passed those classes because of those exercises. Because it certainly
Cool.
wasn't my English.
Yeah, good old public speaking in class.
John
Or
says he still got detention, but it was worth it. Some teachers, I mean, if they're not good, they need to be put in check. So especially if they focus on a student or a few students, like they're picking on them. Like, what are you doing? You're an adult.
yeah, it's definitely. Honestly, I think the reason teachers didn't really pick on me, but they would always send me home with like bad notes. But I think maybe that's a defense mechanism for some kids. Is now that I'm thinking about it, maybe being a bad student was like my defense mechanism of like not having a teacher criticize me.
Yeah, if you get a lot of those notes sent home, the question is it my child or is it the teacher that, like,
Yeah.
most would say, oh, it's got to be the kids. The kid's the problem because the teacher is an adult. That's not always the case. John says the teacher's comment on the poem was, "Oh my."
Oh my, that's funny. Oh my.
I wonder if that teacher agreed with your poem then. It's like, yeah, I know that teacher. They suck. But I have to work with them, so I won't say anything.
All right. By the way, speaking of art talk, this makes me think of this idea that I just wanted to bring to light is this idea of Gestalt. Does everybody know what Gestalt is? So this is like something that really stood out to me. But the idea of Gestalt is basically that whenever someone looks at artwork, and this is why I don't always get too into detail, I don't worry about it too much. Is whenever anyone looks at artwork, even yourself, you gotta. The first step is literally just get them to look at your painting. Like the Gestalt means like the whole is greater than the parts, or people consume things based on the whole rather than the parts. So if anyone ever looks at a painting, the first thing they see is the whole painting. They go, "Oh, look, it's just a bunch of body parts." And when you could get their attention from that perspective, then they might go into the details and be like, "Oh, wow, look at this fine detail or that fine detail." But the majority of paintings, and usually I think it's only mostly students that are like, "Oh, let me see how detailed this part is." They get like right up next to it. Um, but anyway, didn't mean to distract, but it just popped into my head this thinking of like the Gestalt idea of why I don't do too much detail. But anyway, back
It
to
looks like you still do quite a bit of detail, though.
yeah. I mean, yes, but I think that's also part of what guides my thinking for abstract stuff is like just knowing that people consume it as a whole when they view it rather than just like every individual part. But anyway. Yeah, I do have some more detail in this. It's hard to avoid because like I guess when I get so close, I'm just like, hey, this part needs some work and this part needs some work, and you're just so close and you see everything, and you just wanna make it work. But yeah,
Sometimes when I do kind of similar things like this, uh, I would just try to get the outline of the thing down. So, like you were saying, to expound on the Gestalt thing, is like the basic shape or form of the thing that you're doing. Like each individual, it's in itself is its own Gestalt or Gestalt. I don't know how.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then you add
Gestalt. Yeah.
in all that detail. But to get that basic form right in the outline before any of that goes inside of it, I've try to play with that a little bit.
Yeah.
It's hard to get proportion sometimes without doing all that detail, but some people can just do that shape and then they fill it in, and it's like, how did you do that without having to reference this part and that part, just to get proportioning correct? Because I find
Right.
when I
Right.
do stuff, some things might be too skinny, too short.
That's what you think about.
Well, when I finish something, say like one of your forms there, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, if it were my piece, and I'm looking at it like, oh, I made that too skinny, and you have to go
Oh,
back and fill it out a little bit just to get the proportioning down. But
yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
like when I'm doing the drawings I'm doing for the book, doing the characters like the dog, it has to be pretty consistent throughout the book. So sometimes they end up the dog's too chubby or the head's too big. It's like I have to go back and rework that stuff to make it all consistent. John says with an A+ in a circle from your English teacher. That's awesome. It looks
So
like you
John
put a lot
Clark
of
is poet.
detail, plus you focus on enhancing areas of paintings during live streams.
Yeah. So John Clark, you've been a poet for a long time. It looks like I put a lot of detail. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I guess I just like I do a lot of blending, I guess. But yeah, I guess it does look like a lot.
You
I don't
still
know.
have a lot of areas that are like, kind of flat area, not like flat, but like more open with less condensed detail in it, which is a nice contrast to those areas where you do have a lot of detail going on in it. This is a nice
Yeah.
balance.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you think so. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
So
think it
John
would
Clark,
work as well if everything was just tightly packed with detail and detail and detail. You have these nice open surfaces, smooth surfaces that you're creating too.
yeah, I was gonna say, hey John, can you share some of your poems? I don't know if you're open to that. I got an idea.
Yeah, rotate.
Gonna make this other guy pop into this as opposed to uh gonna pop into here. And what color should we make him? We're gonna make him got the blues. I'm trying to find a good balance. There's a huge chunk of blue, lots of reds, not as much yellows. There's a chunk of purple, the green. I think this painting is well balanced, but I still need to find another.
Some people would do all this in grayscale and then come back in and add the color.
Oh,
So
right.
they would do the finished piece all in grayscale.
And then add the color on top of it.
Yeah, do you think that's kind of wasting time, or it's pretty much the same amount of time, just a different way of doing it?
I think that's just the classical way of doing it. Whether
Yeah.
they use gray or they use what, like a ochre or like an umber or whatever, like a brownish. I think that's the other color they use, grayscale. And then they just use like a different color to like tint over it. But I don't know. I just never got into that method. I like the idea of just like being able to freely create it as it comes.
Says John has an idea for sharing his poems. I will keep you
All right,
updated
cool.
on it.
Keep me updated, dude.
Yeah.
There is a huge demand for just shirts with words on them on Redbubble. And honestly, if your poetry is like like maybe 10 lines or less, you could probably find an audience just writing poems and uploading them on Redbubble.
That'd be cool to see your poetry on somebody's wearing your poetry around
Yeah,
on themselves.
yeah,
That's kind of cool.
totally.
Now you got to be staying still for quite a bit of time so somebody could read it, but it's still cool.
Right. Trying to find the right color.
Hey, just have John jump on your live and read some poetry if he's
There we
up
go.
for it.
Yeah, next time.
Yeah.
Next time, because we can only have one other streamer at a time. I think. Oh, I think I could probably set.
I'm not sure if does Instagram allow more, just like maybe 3 or 4. I know you could do. I know I did some almost like FaceTiming type stuff through Instagram with like 4 different people.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you can live stream like that or not.
Yeah.
John says not tonight with his cold.
I'm gonna go into here. Tighten up some of this area.
That's cool. I'd like to hear some of that poetry too. You just have it like scrolling across your screen.
Oh yeah.
Kind of reminds me of some 80s type stuff. You know, just the text scrolling across like a ticker tape, just scrolling across people, and then it loops.
No, well, here's what you could do is just OBS it, which is a tool that you use to live stream, and then just set the scroll at the bottom, and then you could just do that all day. That's pretty cool.
That's true. Yeah.
Or just like do it on like a big the entire window that you have, this like vertical window, and then just figure out how to like Star Wars, just scrolling it up. But that does take some editing. I mean, it would be easy to do, but like you still have to figure out the editing of it. But it's doable.
Yeah, you just have to have somebody like directing it, and they can do all that while, you know, the artists are live streaming or doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like was that show back in the day with Glenn? Oh, what was his name?
Walking
he was
Dead?
like friends with Basquiat, and they had that show in the 80s, late at night show. God, what
I'm
did
not
they
familiar
call
with that show.
Yeah, my mind is full of too much stuff that bleeds into one another. I don't remember any of it.
All right, so we're gonna start our next section here. It's gonna be a head. This guy's
think
head
it was-
just peeks through.
I think it was Glenn O'Brien was the guy's name. I know the 80. When, if you don't mind me asking, when were you born?
I'm a 90s.
You were born in the 80s?
90s.
Oh, 90s? Like
Yeah.
early 90s?
Yeah, early 90s.
Probably like my sister's age. She was 1990.
Oh yeah.
I was 17. Yep. 17 years old.
Nice. Yeah, so that is that. And yeah, no, I like the 90s. I think 90s was a great.
Oh yeah, John says 70s. Yeah, I think it was like the late 70s. Because Basquiat didn't really take off until like 80, 81.
Yeah, his art in the 80s, right?
Yeah. But he was kind of coming up about 79, 80. And you got a pretty decent count so far of 6 people hanging in there.
Yeah. Hey, I love whether it's like, I feel like if there was too many, it would just be too difficult to like, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating, live streaming, but like, I feel like it's too many. It's hard to really difficult to manage for now.
I'm pretty amazed at how well you're able to keep up with your chat during your live streams. Because if I were painting like that, and I have done streams like that, you just get so focused on doing the work, you don't look at your chat, and then you see people have left stuff, and then they're gone. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's definitely happened before, and you know what? Like some people leave so quickly. It's like literally like they type a message and then like 7 seconds they're out.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the nature of live streaming. Is some people.
Yeah.
Mari says, "I'm not saying anything. I just like watching."
Yeah, well, that's wonderful too. Like you have people like that, like Mari, who are just here to, hang out, and it's great to be able to provide entertainment for Mari. Enough entertainment, Mari's getting value out of this.
Yeah, thank you, Mari.
Content.
On behalf of Emmett.
Yes. Right on. Thank you.
Yeah, not everybody's built for, chat. I mean, it took me a long time to feel comfortable writing stuff in chat. I would be so worried about what I'm saying or if it made sense to other people, because text is so much different than just being able to, say stuff in real time.
Honestly, that's still one of my biggest things. Like, I can only imagine that one day in the future, somebody's trying to like watch my videos. They're like, what is he talking about? Like, they just scroll to the one random place where I forget what I'm saying, and they're like, what is he talking about? It's just, he totally forgot what he was saying, and what is this? But, I guess it just, I gotta get over it.
Yeah, I struggle with that at times because you get so involved with the work. I don't even know what I'm saying sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm just talking, and
exactly.
then I'm like pause, and I'm like, what was I saying?
What was I just saying just now? Yeah, exactly.
Just kind of going with the flow.
Yep,
Which I think
that's
some
right.
people, it's like, hey, that's cool. It's a part of the stream. It's like not not everybody has that talent to be able to just stay on point with their speech or what they're talking about. Most of the time, I'm just rambling because I don't know if anybody's there or not. So it's like, what do I talk about?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, Don Drell is great. If you ever watch one of his live streams, even though it might be a stream of consciousness, he's like present, like he's there with his audience, and
Yeah, I
he's
was
always
gonna watch
just
it yesterday, but I think I just barely missed it. Or no, I was able to chime in and say hello, but I was going to bed. So yeah,
yeah. There's a lot of good streamers. It's just hard to catch especially when they're in different places in the world.
right.
Yeah, I popped into. I don't know if you're familiar with Wild Wolf. She's out there in South Africa, and it's like I this morning I joined in and she was basically ending her stream. I just had enough time to pop in and say hello and you know. But I think that's cool though, all these different people from all over, being able
Hmm.
to support one another and be a part of their worlds too, even if it's just online from all kinds of places.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, John says time differences make it difficult to attend streams. That's true, but there's also so many creators that you can always catch something. I find Sundays are like the slow days.
Hmm.
Nobody's on there live streaming on Sunday at all. I'll be on there late at night. I'm like, where is everybody?
Oh,
I
right.
need
People,
I need something to listen to while I'm live streaming.
is that true? People, there's not as many live streamers on Sundays, or you just feel that
I
way?
I think that's just me noticing, but I'm sure there are people that do live stream Sunday. I mean,
I live
I
stream on
do.
Sundays.
I do a lot because Sunday is like it's my son. It's my what? Wait, it's my Friday, my work week Friday.
Yeah.
So I'll get home and I was like, okay, I definitely want to live stream that day.
Yeah. But I noticed you schedule your some time difference. So I noticed you schedule your live streams.
I try not. I think that's maybe because I've been messing around with the streaming, so I don't know if I actually adhere to that.
Okay.
I just kind of like go start streaming on a whim, so whenever I feel it. But there's a kind of regularity to my streams based on my work week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I try to if I have any kind of free time, and because I want to document the art process, that's why
Yeah.
I usually live stream.
That's
John
cool.
says, I came across Emmett's channel by accident. I was flicking through live streams. His caught my attention, and I have been watching ever since.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think it's funny how YouTube will all of a sudden just kind of put something in your feed because that's how I found you. I found Dondrell. I found a bunch of other people. Just one day, YouTube decided to put you guys right there, and I click on it. You know, especially live streams, I'm kind of a sucker for that. If I see somebody live streaming, I'll just click on it and see.
Yeah.
Mari says, same for me. I had the random thought to just watch people.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
it's cool. It's cool to, you know, see what people are doing. And if it's something that piques your interest, like I love painting, so I'm gonna always gravitate towards people who live stream that are painting.
Yeah.
More so than just watching videos. Like say they post just a video, but you know, I like to support other artists, so I'll jump in their chat and say what's up now. Before I would lurk, I would just lurk. Just watch, not say anything, which is fine.
But not anymore.
Not anymore. Now I'm addicted to it, and it's like I just feel it's you know, just showing a little respect towards people's, you know, streams.
Yeah.
Also saying hello to people in chat, you know, kind of getting to know the people who frequent the chats. Even though I don't know them in person, it's like, okay, you know, I see your name enough. I get to know you just because you're in chat. And it's kind of comforting to see those same people come back because they enjoy your content.
Oh yeah, isn't that that's an amazing feeling. It's
Yeah.
absolutely incredible feeling for sure. I think it's what keeps us continuing on, you know?
Yeah. Who knows? It's just maybe to stay active and busy.
Yeah. It's part of what makes this exciting.
So this is an interesting figure that you're adding in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to make
like a
Steve just
sitting
popping out.
position where he's leaned over there.
Yeah. Just popping out, you know, taking a peek at what's going on, taking a look at you.
Yeah, that's the cool part too, is that he's breaking that fourth wall.
Yeah. Straight on.
Now, is he taking a dump? That's the other question.
Who knows? That's the mystery. That's the mystery.
That's the cool thing. Like when I watch your streams, it's like, okay, what's he gonna add next? And I don't know.
Yeah, the mystery.
I don't know
Who
if you
knows?
recognize it in the moment, but you know, it's like you put something in, and maybe it's for a humorous reason, like this piece. You don't know what's going on the back half of him.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's just sitting, but you know, like I thought, like, oh, this guy looks like the position of somebody sitting on the toilet.
But you know what? Interestingly enough, there is a method to my madness. You know, there's a method, a thought process,
I
etc.
think it seems compositional at times.
Yes, but also at the same time, like, you know, I mean, there definitely is the method. Like when I said method to the madness, I meant specifically like the figures that I'm choosing. I'm literally just going in order of the book to I don't know if I'm ruining the surprise there, but I'm literally going in the order of the book. So, you know, and that's my rule to myself to keep myself focused, is not to like just try to pick whatever I want to put in here, but to, you know, do the order of the book. But as you're saying, as far as the composition goes, I don't have that as standardized as what I had just said.
Well, I can respect that because you're setting like the ground rules for your work. You're not just going completely off the cuff, like you said. There's a method to it.
Yeah,
and as a rule, you, at least for this piece or these type of pieces that you're doing, that people wouldn't know unless you actually told them about it.
Yeah, because the challenge with this is like I would have way too much to think about if it was anything else. Like if I wasn't organized and like if I didn't have that rule for myself, I think I would be too confused all the time.
Yeah,
So
I would do that too. I would grab like different books if I saw images in them. Kind of, I think it's very similar to how Basquiat did some of his pieces, where he would have
uh-huh.
all the material kind of strewn about his workspace, or you hear about him having the television going too and some music going. He's got all these books open, and just his different sources that he would you know take stuff from,
Oh yeah,
besides his
amazing.
own life experience stuff.
Oh yeah, that is definitely also one of my goals one day is to um just have like a bunch of revolving paintings that I could just like big paintings that I could just like walk throughout my day and add something here, add something there, or whatever, and just eventually build up that body of work. But and I know I could do it now, hypothetically, like if I was to organize my space, but I
Hmm.
prefer to. I think I'll save that for another project.
So, would you ever get a studio? Because I kind of
Oh
work
yeah,
like
I would one
you.
day.
Like
What?
I work in my home. I've never
Yeah,
had an actual studio. The closest I've got was setting up my garage space.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, I've never had a proper studio space. Which would be kind of interesting as far as um, what you could create with that.
Yeah, if the opportunity to present itself, I would definitely have a studio.
I like working from home because it's like I get home and everything's right there. Versus like if you have a studio, it's almost like a job. Now you're having to travel to your studio, which is also a good thing because there are so many distractions when you're at home. Like I got my dog and my cats. My wife's needs something. It's so easy to get distracted in that way.
So
Versus
easy to
if you
get
have a
distracted.
studio space, you're there, you put in the hours, you head home.
Yeah. And a studio space would be great. I would definitely like to, have just one giant. It would be cool to just have one giant room dedicated to just artwork, and you could like hyper focus. But of course, this is what I work with now, and we'll we'll see how this. I mean, this is working for me now, but definitely at the same time, more than what I want, Kathleen, my partner, she definitely would like me to have a studio space.
Yeah, you get back your space. Like my place, I've commandeered our entire living room area, and it acts as the studio. It's not like I'm sure my wife would love to have like furniture out there, to be able to just sit in the space, not have to
Mhm.
worry about all these paintings leaning everywhere, materials everywhere, um, racks or stands or shelving, just ha- actually having a living room space to
Yeah,
enjoy. But we spend all our time in the bedroom. The TV's in the bedroom. We're not going anywhere else. Like I think having a couch, chairs out there would it even be used? So, but yeah, definitely need a proper space because it's just like even if it didn't get used, it'd be nice to have a living room versus a art space slash storage
hmm,
unit.
right, right, right. Yeah, I it's definitely. I don't know. I mean, maybe one day. If so, Kat and I have definitely talked about getting another a second room. So just upgrading our apartment to have 2 rooms, and then the second room would be a workspace. So that's also another option we've considered. Because the
Yeah,
amount, so
if it's affordable.
yeah, well, because I was offered recently, they're like, hey, we'll rent out a studio space for you, but it was going to be double the price of just getting an apartment with a second room.
Yeah.
So like I'm like at that point, I get the internet, I can live stream, I can, work whenever.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about travel time. Like, oh, I got to go to the studio. Now I got to travel to the studio. You get there and you're like, I don't even want to do anything now.
But if the studio space were to offer me like, hey, we'll even like display your work regularly and help you do shows and that's all included, I would totally do it. But there's this other place.
I want to know
Um,
that studio, that place that does all that for you.
yeah, right. I mean, I think there's they have what's it called? They have what they call like collaborative studios or something like that. But basically, you get to host shows, but there's no guarantee of sales or anything, and you can use their studio, but it's not like super consistent. But there's this one cool place in LA. It's called the Brewery Art Walk. If you're ever out here, I would check it out. But what they do is they have an annual show. So it's like maybe 200 artists that live together in an old brewery. And what they do is they host a show where it's totally open to the public, and artists can show all their work twice a year. I mean, of course, like throughout the year, you have to come up with your own way of like, building your brand. But for the most part, um, there's the opportunity for artists to basically have the space to work and live, but the rent's really expensive. They're starting right now at like 3 grand a month. But it is a really big space though. These studios, they're really big spaces, but really expensive.
Yeah, I don't know how some people are managed to pay that. At
Yeah.
least keep up with that. It's like you must be able to sell a lot of artwork to be able to do
Yeah,
that.
and you know what? I think in LA they are, but for the most part, I think also some people have like funding and stuff.
John says a couple of months ago I visited a former industrial site in London that had been converted to studios for artists. It was pretty amazing. I feel like that's happening a lot around the states here, where they're reclaiming
Yeah,
old spaces and turning them into art spaces. But then
yeah,
are they charging tons of money for those artists? It's not like, is it affordable or is it, you know, only the people that can spend the money, maybe more well established artists can fill those spaces?
yeah, definitely.
Because there's one kind of a artist space in Des Moines where I live that I've been on their waiting list for a long time. They've been open for at least maybe 5 years. Um, been waiting at least maybe 3 years to
Yeah,
hear something. They finally sent me an email. I think it was last winter, like December time, around this time. Like, oh, we have a few spaces available. Well, at that time, we had we had no money. It's like you would have caught us like in the summertime. I would have signed the lease and would have been ready to go.
yeah.
That fell through, so I had to pass at that time.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you know, maybe for a good reason. But
yeah.
I would have loved it. I don't know about my wife. She'd been like, "You're down at the studio all the time." Like, I need you to come home, take out the dogs. But it would have been like a 7-minute drive from
That's not bad.
where we live. No.
Not
So
bad.
it's like if I needed to, it wouldn't have been a hassle to have to come and go back and forth. But yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot of artists in those studios, and that's another thing, another positive for having a studio. If it's all artists, is that you get to be around other artists.
Right.
That's
That's a huge.
something the
That's
lone
huge.
artist misses unless they don't care about being around other artists.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure. Like, I think every successful artist though was part of some community. And I use the word all pretty loosely, but I think it's true. Like even Vincent van Gogh, people like to think of him as this crazy loner, but he was friends with some of the greatest artists of the Impressionist era.
Oh
Paul
yeah,
Gauguin, Toulouse-Lautrec. He was selling art for his brother was selling art for Claude Monet. Like, he was far from this guy that was like that had no clue how to make friends.
that was on an island.
Yeah, like Paul Gauguin lived on an island for a
Oh
bit, but I
yeah.
think, but even him, he knew how to like connect with artists. Vincent van Gogh wanted him in his circle, so it's like one of those things. But let's see. Let's bring in this yellow. Yeah, I can't name a single artist that wasn't like that was just totally a loner who didn't. I don't know. Can anyone name one like a single artist who didn't have a single like well-known other art friend?
If they're probably like outsider artists.
Yeah, but I think even outsider artists they had something.
They might have somebody. Yeah, it's hard to say because we don't know these people personally. We don't,
Yeah,
their stories are pieced together from, you know, various other people or what was documented, but you don't get the entire picture.
right.
And that's where it's easy to romanticize a lot of the artists. I mean, that's, me being a kid and my parents had different art books that I don't know if they were gifted or they purchased while they were in Japan. And this was before I was born. So they had
Uh-huh.
these books, and some of them were in Japanese. I couldn't read them, but as a kid, I'd flip through these books, and they were like, Picasso, Van Gogh,
Mhm.
or like Japanese print artists like Hiroshige or Hokusai.
Right.
Yeah, that type of stuff was what I was exposed to at a very young age. Just man, that Picasso book they had, just flipping through that thing, trying to copy stuff with whatever I had, crayons or pencils or that's where my education began, real young.
How do we get on that subject just now? So I can stay with the thread.
As far as influences,
Right. Yeah. How did that? I forget.
it came
Okay. I guess.
came
Huh?
about through studios, artist
Oh, right.
studios, and their connection, wanting to
Oh,
stay connected with
yes.
other artists and stuff.
Yes. That's right. Okay. Thank you.
John says, I'm really amazed at a lot of street artists I see. Yeah, I mean, they're putting in the time and effort, and they don't get paid for that stuff. I mean, when you're bigger, like Shepard Fairey or I don't even know if you would say Banksy. I mean, I'm sure he makes some money, but or they, I don't know if their identity is still unknown. I
I
don't
thought they
pay too
revealed
much.
his identity. No.
I mean, there
Or
was some stuff out there that may have been true or not, but who knows? It could just be people on the internet or whatever.
I see. So like there was some stuff, but not for sure. Like we're still skeptical.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't know how verifiable it was.
Yeah. I did see though that there was one time that I saw a video that was like this couple bought a Banksy painting on the side of the road for like $60. But I guess some guy was selling for Banksy, selling his work for him. And I don't know whatever came of that video, but somebody knows who he is. It's not a secret. I mean, he is a secret to the world, but somebody knows who he is, right?
I mean, I don't know if they're very trusted people that are able to keep the identity a secret, or if they sign non-disclosure agreements or what. But yeah, he's been able. If it's a him, I'm assuming it's a male. He's been able to keep his identity pretty far off the radar for this amount of time. So that event that you're talking about, where the guy was selling his artwork.
Oh, you know it?
That was part of when Banksy visited New York City. Maybe 6 years. Was it 6 years ago or 5 years ago? He did kind of a residency, his own residency, and he did all these various pieces across, the boroughs, and he did one with stuffed animals in a truck that drove around, and
oh yeah,
they all had kind of messages to them, but one of them was he had a guy set up, I guess where people sell their artworks, like some park. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
And he just had his work in it. I think it was kind of an experiment to see, if anybody would, purchase the art from some random guy, just these random canvases that he made. And he sold, I think the guy sold a few, but I don't think anybody recognized the fact that the work looked like Banksy's work, even though there were images that were definitely his iconic images, like the guy throwing the bouquet of flowers. I don't know, maybe the girl with the balloons. I mean, these are pretty iconic images of his. So John says, I tend to plan my running routes around the latest street art installations. And Dondrell joined in. He was just sleeping in the same attic as him. As who?
The mysterious
The
Banksy.
mysterious Banksy. All right. Banksy's attic.
What do you mean? You were sleeping in his attic?
No,
that's cool story.
That's a little bit. Yeah, that's a little tidbit for folks out there. He says, well, not sleeping with him. Sleeping the same attic he used to sleep in.
Cool.
Did you leave your mark in that attic, Dondrell, for other artists? Wait, the warehouse you just occupied? Huh, interesting. Interesting connections.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dondrell just moved out of his studio space. It was like a week or so ago. He had his he moved out, got everything out. Yeah, that warehouse. I didn't get the full tour of the warehouse. I know there was 2 levels to it, I think. Yep. Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be connections. He says, you know how the art world goes.
Yeah. In a sense of everybody's somehow connected in some way.
Yep. He says all about who knows who. Yeah, there's definitely connections in that sense. So Dondrell, when you got that space. Is that how they sold it to you? Was that Banksy occupied this space? He says, I don't know anything. Learning as life unfolds. Yeah, man. We all don't know a lot of stuff. Even though we want to pretend we know everything.
Yep.
Now I can say I know somebody who kind of knew Banksy. There we
Right.
go.
He knows somebody who knows Banksy.
Yeah.
Knows somebody who knows somebody.
Now it's like 3 degrees of separation. John says, we are always learning. That is true. If you're not, you're dead. I don't know. Can I say that?
Say whatever. Whatever you like.
Your channel's not going to get banned because I said dead. Should I say unalived? Oh, Dondrell says, nah, I was a special situation. Okay. So they knew Dondrell and they were like, hey, I got
Let's
this
get in
space.
Banksy's room.
I got this space. I'm not giving it to anybody else. This is for you, brother.
That is so cool, dude. So what was the space like? Can you describe it? Did it inspire you or?
He says, I'll fill you in later.
Okay.
John says, I always say the day I stop learning will be the day I die. That is so true. Dondrell says, you're a masterful artist. Say what you want. I don't know what that means, Dondrell.
Sounds wise.
Yeah, it does. I'll have to sit on that one for a bit to decode it. Hold on, guys. I'm going to go check on my mom real quick.
Okay. Thank you, Dondrell. Appreciate you talking about thinking that the painting is beautiful. I could probably move it a little closer. Can I move it closer? No. I'll move this chair closer. It's coming along in its own way.
I don't know if you saw this already, Emmett. Dondrell says the painting is beautiful.
Yes, I was just
and John
talking about
says,
it.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm your co-pilot. I keep the chat. You informed the chat.
You, dude. Thank you. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's looking good. Let me see.
Thanks,
I got
man.
this. I got that figure you've been working on covered up. My phone. So what's the smallest brush you'll use? Is this what you're using right now as the smallest brush?
Show you in a sec. No, I use I do use some really small brushes for this painting, for these paintings. Um, no, I use a really small brush. I have this sitting here right here just in case.
Is that like a
just
round?
Yeah, it's just you can barely even see. It's like yeah,
Is
you can
that
see it right there.
Is that a? I'm gonna make a joke right now. Is that a short round?
Yeah. It's a 12-0 round, I guess that's what you call it, velvet touch.
Okay,
Short round.
short round.
Oh yeah, mini round. It's a mini round.
Yeah, I use a lot of like zeros, double zero or triple zero brushes. The one that I did for the Mecha Godzilla may have been a zero. I don't know if that makes any sense to
Yeah, I
people
don't
who
use them
don't know
all.
brushes.
Yeah, I mean, we get it. It's a very small brush.
I like how you're using these brushes that are super worn out and it doesn't affect your ability to, do the detail that you want. I'd be freaking out because if it sticks out all directions and then it starts, a bit starts scraping some area and it's like, oh man, I
Oh, it
gotta
definitely
fix
does
that
that, but
now.
I use that as an excuse to like blend.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, hey, it's like scraping out to the side. Now let me, grab another brush and blend this area a bit.
Do you keep multiple brushes in your hands? Sometimes
No,
I'll have two
I keep them on my
two other
palette, just
brushes
sitting
in my
right
other
on my
hand
palette.
besides.
What? There's four incredible artists. John, you as a poet, Don Drell's really great. I would check out his channel too. If you have a moment here, I think you just tap his name and go visit his channel.
Yeah, does John have a channel? Or is he on social at all? If you're still there, John.
I don't think John has a channel. I feel like I asked him. But John says he has an idea for his poetry for his channel, so I'll keep an eye open for that. But
Yeah, he just wrote not yet.
no, not everyone needs a YouTube channel, but I think it is an absolutely great choice for content creators and artists to have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, when I got into it, I wasn't even thinking about, oh, I'm gonna be this content creator. I was using it just to document what I was doing. And then it just kind of naturally progressed in that way of, because when I started off, I don't think I had really anybody viewing the channel. I don't know if that was maybe people weren't into that type of stuff when I started.
Yeah.
Or YouTube's not pushing your channel because you're new or you don't have a lot of content or
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely feel like, YouTube takes a little bit of a ramping time for some people.
I've had my channel since 2009. When I started it, it was mainly me posting uh, video edits of my friends and I skateboarding.
Oh yeah, I watched some of those
Yeah. And then
briefly.
I think after 2012 or 13, I stopped anything. I mean, I posted a video here and there of some art, but I didn't really utilize it in the way that I'm utilizing it nowadays.
Here's some progress on this other painting. So I call this 1,000 paintings. It's basically the piece that I'm using to wipe off my brush rather
That is
than.
very, very interesting. I like
Yeah, I
it.
like it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm happy with it. You know. I definitely think this could be a piece, like a very abstract piece.
Would you just keep continuing on with it, or just would you create some parameters for, like, if you did a series of stuff like that?
Oh, you know
Because you're
what? Good
just like,
question.
you're not really putting too much thought, I'm assuming, into where the marks, where you're placing the marks.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Like, not, yeah, definitely not too much thought for sure. A little thought, but not too much.
You need a canvas that's like 3 foot by 4 foot or larger
Yeah.
for that, and just like slowly cover it.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, and do like a
That would be
series
a
of
good
those.
idea.
I mean, there's always, I have that problem too. Like, I have this leftover paint, or it's the paint on my brush, and I don't, I want to get it off. It's like, where do I put it? Like,
This guy looks like Iron Man right now.
yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah, he looks like, I'll do a little close-up view. He's not. I still have a lot more to go on him, but he just looks like Iron Man. His eyes, very Iron Man-esque.
I like the contrast you got going on there.
Thanks.
Just a simple little, here's some shadow areas, and all of a sudden you got an image. So what would be your smallest you would, as far as scale, you would go with something you're adding to this, and what would be the largest?
What do you mean?
You know how you take these images, you usually pick kind of like a scale, so they're not all 1-to-1 when you paint them in.
Well, like, so I am using this book as a reference. So I would say that although it's not perfect, I'm not tracing, so I don't know how close they are, but I'm pretty much going by, the general size of the book. Let's see how close the size is just by eyeing it. Right here, you'll see. Let me see. Let's see how close the size is just by eyeing it. Yeah,
Okay,
this is pretty accurate, I would say, as far as the size
so
goes.
you're not really playing with scale much, other than just going from the book.
Yeah,
Whatever
let me see.
scale the
This,
image is in the book, that's what you're going with.
even this size is pretty accurate just by judging. Yeah. So.
Hmm. I assumed you were scaling stuff.
No, I actually have, I think scaling stuff by eye is really hard, dude. I try not to scale too much. Yeah, so I'm not, yeah, I don't know
Well,
how else to put that.
it's almost like you're doing a still life, because even though it's pieced together, you're observing whatever image you've chosen at that time, and you're just kind of adding it to that.
Honestly, I think if I was scaling these pieces, I wouldn't be able to finish this painting because, I mean, eventually, but scaling is like really hard to do. And if I had to scale at the same time of just trying to get the proportions right of everything and, think of all the colors, it would just be too much
Hmm.
to think about. So I did set some guidelines,
Yeah, keeping it simple, less is more.
well,
As far as
keeping,
your process, you don't want to go have too many parameters, and it's like, okay.
yeah, reducing the amount of thinking I have to do.
Uh-oh.
What?
Said host left for a second.
Oh,
I thought
maybe
maybe
they
you hit
kicked me off because it was a nude figure. I don't know,
it.
but
They're like, we'll have to check this. That looks like Iron Man. A little copyright infringement.
yeah. Oh, yeah, they gotta check that too. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm actually trying to think now. What should I do next? It's already been 2.5 hours. I only barely did this. Actually, I painted over 3 areas plus I added this guy. So I still got to do a couple other things. But I feel like this space is filled in a way where I can just start to add pieces here and there, and we would find find victory. All right. Let's see. I need something to be popping up over here.
Oh shoot.
And let's see, where do I want to go with this? These two figures. I'm gonna do these two figures right here.
I don't know if
What's
you
up?
saw this. John wrote, "It's great to be able to be a part of a live stream with two incredible artists."
Oh yeah, and
Well, John,
earlier I
don't you
said it.
mean 3 or
I said
4 if Dondre
yeah,
was still
4.
here?
Exactly. Yeah.
Jeez, I keep popping off of my monitor so I can keep track of chat.
I do look forward to the day I get to see some of John's poems.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said I do look forward to when I finally get to see some of John's poems.
Oh, yeah. Come on, John, let's see him.
All right,
Man,
so let me see.
I'd be deathly afraid to share anything that I wrote.
Here's what I'm gonna paint it this way. And this figure is gonna come around this way. So
When I'm doing something similar where I'm adding pieces like that, I get to a point where I'm almost like immobilized, like as far as where to put something. Do you ever feel like that? Or you just go and do it? Just
no, I mean I think that's why I take these breaks like every 2 hours, 3 hours, is because my mind starts to be like there's ways too much going on right here. I need to visually take a break. That's where my breaks come in. But
you're
I
like,
wouldn't ever
I
I
gotta
wouldn't
step away to get my bearings.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? I think that's why live streaming is helpful too, is because I get to just like talk through the process. Whereas if I was like not audibly talking about the process, I would just get stuck in my head. But as I talk about it, I get to like push the idea out and decide like the good ideas versus the bad ideas versus whatever, etc.
Yeah, I've noticed that with your channels, and I really enjoy that. It's like I think about like, oh, can I do that? Can I? I could if I just practiced it, but I feel like at times I would just get lost. I'd be
Yeah.
talking about something, and then I'd just like go off on a tangent, and then like, what am
Well,
I
I do
saying?
that. I definitely go off on tangents.
Something sparks something, and it's like I'm talking about something that may be related to what I was going on about before. It's probably just a live streamer thing.
But hey, here's the other thing that I think is also important is, just finding your unique channel voice, right? Like I chose to make the whole like stream of consciousness thing, or just streaming and like sharing my thoughts live as part of the process, my creative process. So, I think if you choose to do that, then it'll become easier. But if you prefer, by the way, also, I think another thing that contributed to this was when I was streaming on TikTok. When you stream on TikTok, you're not allowed to not talk.
Really?
So if you watch some of my earlier videos, I don't talk as much because I was so focused on like painting. But after TikTok kept giving me warnings and like I would get these like violations for being a loop.
Oh, wow! I
And
didn't know anything about that. Like,
yeah, so that's when I started to go, okay, let me just see if I can talk for an entire stream about painting. And then I realized I could. So Might not always make sense, but I can.
It's interesting. Their rules or requirements kind of forced you to like kind of learn how to continue the
Right.
yeah, sometimes limitations are great. They force you to kind of focus.
And I
When
did
you got too
decide.
much freedom, I love when somebody, you got a client or something, and they're like, "Oh, just I'll leave it up to you. You do whatever." It's like, I I'm gonna have like option paralysis, because you're just
Oh
letting me.
yeah.
Okay, but then don't get mad with what you get if you're just leaving it up to me.
Right.
John says, I want to say a huge thank you. You are both extremely inspiring people. I appreciate that, John.
Man. So John, I mean, you run ultra marathons, dude. Like that is amazing.
Oh,
That
yeah.
inspires me, dude.
No way I would be able to do that. Dondrell says, okay, TikTok, we're not allowed to what? I didn't hear the other part.
Oh, so on TikTok, you're not allowed to like not talk and just like stream this. So if I was to just not be talking and I was just painting, TikTok would say, "Hey, you're looping. You got reported for being a loop. You have to both show your face or you have to be talking." So that's. I hope that answers that question. Basically, you're not allowed to look like you're not actively engaged. Which, if you're painting, sometimes it takes time to do things, and if you're not talking, they just assume you're a loop. Even though, here's the funny thing. So one time I got a violation and it sent me a recording that was like a 2-minute recording, a 2-minute clip of just my painting. And you could see me actively going back and forth to paint, but they said it was considered a loop. Someone reported it as a loop, which means someone's replaying the same video over and over just to get TikTok views, which it was definitely not.
Hmm.
But I wasn't talking in the video, which means they were saying that I wasn't interacting enough. So from TikTok, it forced me to learn how to be more interactive while painting as well. But it was just annoying because it was at that time that I like started to realize like, TikTok's got all these rules and um, just I just didn't want to keep using TikTok.
Yeah, I've never used
But
TikTok. I was surprised when you mentioned live streaming on TikTok. I thought it was
but
just all like short videos.
I will say that so before I started live streaming artwork, I'd already had a YouTube channel that was like monetized. So, in that sense, if I had started over, I didn't have, if I was just starting over on any platform, I didn't have any followers or anything or whatever, I would definitely give TikTok a bigger chance. It's just my channel on YouTube was already had, subscribers and I already had, was already um, it's already monetized. So, it made sense to just stick with YouTube. And
So
honestly, what?
so your channel is monetized?
Yeah. And honestly, sometimes I think like, well, like, people can send me supers and stuff. You know what
Yeah,
those
I
are.
don't ever see any ads though.
Yeah. Well,
Do you have
yeah, I
ads
don't know.
set?
I don't know. But
Hmm.
it is monetized. And I mean, I don't like the live streams vertically. I think vertical live streams, they don't run ads.
Uh,
But as far as that goes, uh, I what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I would totally do TikTok if I was just starting out, give it more of a shot. But just for YouTube, it made more sense.
yeah, they're not gonna hit you with something because you're not talking for long periods of time.
Right, exactly. So
Not that you have that problem because you're pretty good about keeping a conversation or a monologue going.
Yeah, now I am, but I don't think I was. I mean, I definitely wasn't before. So, I had to force myself to do this. Um, but I do say this sometimes. I think if I was painting and I wasn't live streaming, when I don't live stream, I'm totally quiet. Like, I don't say anything.
Oh yeah, I could go hours without saying a word. Even
Yeah.
when I'm live streaming, I could go the whole entire time without saying a word. I think early live streams that I did, I probably maybe initial greeting to nobody, and then that would be it.
Yeah.
John says you are brilliant at it. Certainly, yeah.
I just rambling. Thank you.
Monologuing. Dondrell says, I think vertical lives do run ads.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
All right.
Dondrell, he's the guy to ask or go to about that type of stuff because I certainly I don't think I have my channel monetized.
But you've never seen an ad on my channel with the vertical one, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen any ads. I don't even know if I've seen anything when I have gone back and watched
Are you on YouTube Prime or YouTube like
the premium.
yeah.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope, not paying for that.
interesting. Hmm.
John says I wouldn't call it rambling. He says improvising.
Yeah, improvising.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
yeah. I mean, you're an actor.
Right. Right.
I have a lot of respect for actors because I don't think I could do that.
Oh, just being on screen and letting themselves.
Well, like the improvisational aspect of like some of that stuff. Like, yeah, I
Yeah.
could say whatever's on my mind, but it might not appeal to people.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely some actors who are absolutely brilliant improvisers. Robert Downey Jr. is a brilliant improviser. Um, he's brilliant. Like I got to work with him on set, and like the whole time, I mean, not the whole time, but a majority of the time, you could tell he's like in character, and he's just like saying random things that his character might say, and I found that very, very interesting to see. But yeah, he's brilliant at just staying in character and staying in character, keeping up, improvising.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I mean, I
But
guess with
there's
practice
methods,
or training, anybody can do anything. But yeah, that amazes me that people can stay in character like that. Like I'd be too much in my head thinking about how do I need to be.
Yeah.
Did you go to school for acting?
No. Well, I studied, but like I didn't go to school for it. I went to different like trainings, different acting classes, and I also took improv classes. So improv classes were actually what got me into acting. I had taken an improv class, then started to take some more commercial classes, and then eventually I was like, "Oh, this is great!" And I booked my first commercial in Miami, and I was like, "Oh, I got to keep up with this. This is fantastic. I love this."
Hmm. Yeah, I know one of my sisters was um, trying to get into that field. I think she might be more of a writer than, but she's done some stuff out there with different groups.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my younger sister, she does. Oh, why am I spacing it now? Fashion,
She does what?
fashion.
Your other sister is fashion in
Yeah,
LA
she does
or
fashion.
in LA?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. That's a good business out here.
Yeah. She's always posting stuff on her Instagram, outfits and stuff that she works on.
Nice.
She's been out there a long time.
Yeah.
Not as long as our other sister, but he's been out there since, I don't know, maybe after she graduated from college. She's a lawyer slash actor writer.
She's a what?
A lawyer.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I think that's like her day job, and then the acting and the writing and stuff are kind of like.
Oh, she's pursuing both of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Well, I'm sure she's working in for a firm, and then pursuing her writing and acting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time I saw her. It was maybe a few years ago. We always try to get together for like holiday stuff, but lately, the last few years, I haven't been able to make it.
To LA or just to the family events?
Family events up here in Minneapolis, because they're always coming back. Both my sisters. Like,
that's
I think
cool.
one of them, my younger sister, might be here, coming here while I'm here. I'm here for like 2 or 3 days, just hanging out with my mom. Just
nice.
hanging with the mom. Yeah, staying at my dad's. My mom and dad are separated or been divorced for a while, but my mom lives with my brother. So yeah, just hanging out, spending time with them. I don't get to see them that often, so even
Your brother?
though
You mean your brother?
all my family up here.
Yeah.
His dog.
Yeah, I
is
don't get to see my family much either because they're in Florida.
That's a lot farther. I have like the drive up here from Des Moines is like 3.5 hours. I mean, I don't know how long a plane flight for you is from LA to Florida. Got my dog.
Well, hey, you should try to get into an art show in LA. I mean, I'm sure your sisters would be love to see you do an art show out here.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
I know this one gallery, they do a show every 2 months, and it's called the Pershing Art Space. But they only work with like emerging artists, and they put on a great show. It's 5 days of like what's it called? It's 5 days of they have like 5 nights reception or whatever. So you invite people, and then there's a show, but also downstairs they have a drink. So you get like a free drink ticket for your guests, and it's great. They let you keep. Well, I don't want to give too many of the details because they might change, but great show. I got to be a part of it, and I think they're very open to both established artists such as yourself and like emerging. So, and although they do have a curator who like picks and chooses, I think it's accessible as far as who can get into the room. So if you're looking for a show, I think that's a great one because it's fun, and they are, it's fun, and you can probably, I'm sure you could get into it.
Yeah, it's just applying to stuff. I don't know if some places are like, oh, we only want local artists.
Well, I mean, I figure if you can get your art here, like obviously you still have to bring your art here, right? Like, but you could bring in like 5-10 pieces and hang them up and be here, and I'm sure your sisters would go out to support you. It's in downtown Los Angeles, of all places, in an amazing building.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye.
I'd be a nervous wreck.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could get drinks downstairs, so if you really need to, calm your nerves, there's that. But
Not sure if that'd help, but yeah, maybe.
I mean, I don't I would not recommend it, but you do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, I remember
Um,
some of my
but-
earliest art shows. I'd be in the back with my friends smoking weed, and I'd be like, "Where's the
Oh, really?
artist at?"
Yeah.
pulling a pulling a Jean-Michel Basquiat, just like, "Screw you guys! I'm gonna sit in the corner and not talk to anybody."
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely have to socialize. But hey, you said that you're a more mature artist now, or that in the past you
Oh
weren't
yeah,
mature.
oh yeah.
So
I don't I don't smoke weed anymore, and I'm more
yeah,
engaged.
right on. But yeah, it's a great show. I recommend it if you have you can if you can find if you keep track of it and figure out how to get your stuff to LA, which
That
probably
that
isn't
would
that
be the
difficult.
that would be the big thing, is getting the work there.
Yeah, but
It's not
I
like
mean,
I couldn't send it through the mail to my sisters. I mean, depends on the size, I guess.
yeah.
I don't know if they typically have a size requirement.
So this
I've
art
seen
show, oh,
stuff on
for
the
shipping.
internet, people doing shows in LA and stuff, and you know, works
So
about
definitely
your
this
size wouldn't
show,
be terrible.
definitely for this show, I think you can bring whatever sizes you want, honestly, and I think even your smaller ones, if you're able to pack 10 of them into a backpack or a suitcase, and just stay light on the clothes, you could probably. By the way, I don't want to get too much hopes up because I don't know if they accept people from outside of Los Angeles, but I'm sure you can make an argument like, hey, your sister's out here, and you'd like to do a 5-day show here.
I know of people who are not residents of LA who have been in shows in LA, so I'm sure there's, it's just finding the call for artists, and then
Right. Exactly.
finding out um, what their restrictions or limitations are. But
Yeah, and if anything, Don Rell, I don't know if he's still here, but that'd be a cool show to. I'm sure Don Rell's work. I mean, I don't know if Don Rell's emerging. Is
yeah,
he?
I've
I don't
only
know.
been following him for maybe a month right now.
Yeah,
Can't
I don't know
remember
if
when
Don Rell, if you're like emerging, which is if you're like a fairly new artist, or you've been established for quite a few years. But this is a great show.
I think he
Um,
says he's been doing stuff for about 10 years now.
oh,
So
10 years. Okay.
yeah,
Well, anyway. Um,
I don't know what that
yeah.
means, if he's done plenty of shows or mostly selling his artwork himself.
Right. Yeah, well, it's a great show. I highly recommend if you happen to have the opportunity to come out here to see if you can just do it. Let's see, head size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trying to count the head sizes because I think my figure is way too long.
So I see you have some of the figures you're using multiple times.
Yeah, some of them I like do repeats just for fun, just to kind of like give the eye something different to look at.
Yeah, it's nice. A little repetition adds to the piece. Gives the eye something to latch onto.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the thinking. That is the thinking. So
would you, or do you ever work from other, like, photographs or anything?
yeah. So let me see. Hold on one second.
Like if you had an art book that had similar kind of subject matter, but they're like photographs versus, I'm assuming the ones in those books are all drawings, like sketches, or.
I'm not sure honestly if these are or not. But would I ever work from photographs? Yes, I used to work from, so I had this live stream where I did what's it called? I had this live stream series where I would draw people people from Reddit on Draw Me. Do you know what Draw Me is? You know what Reddit is? I'm sure you know what Reddit is.
Yeah, I don't
But
really use it too much, but yeah, I'm familiar with it a little bit.
well, basically, there's a page called Draw Me where people just submit their photos and you can draw them, and you draw them and you just like upload it. So I was doing that for a while as one of my live stream projects. So yeah, with that, I would work from photos. Painting, do I work from photos painting wise? Uh, no. Yes and no. Some of my earlier paintings I did like I would do realist portraits of myself, like I would just paint photos of myself. But I don't, I don't think I do too many paintings straight from a drawing. This guy looks so crooked, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Is it the legs?
Probably, but I think maybe this part's too exaggerated. I don't know, but we're gonna go with blue, and let's just start painting. And I think once I start painting it, I'm gonna figure out the issue.
Yeah, sometimes it's harder to see with just the lines. Once you start blocking it in, you get a
Yeah.
sense of the volume.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's go. And also, it could be because I probably need to take a break soon, but
Yeah, you've been going strong for over 2 hours now, almost 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
yeah, I'm not going to be able to do lots of painting this upcoming week. So
Get it while you can.
yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to knock out some extra painting time. Oh yeah, he is extra long, but that's not a good excuse to have him look crooked.
He's kind of like top heavy.
Yeah,
like
I
he's
know.
like he's almost
His legs are just
leaning
longer
a
than they're
little bit.
supposed to
It's hard
be.
to tell from my angle here
Yeah,
because he
I think
looks.
he's just yeah. He's just a little longer than he's supposed to be. His legs are a little longer, but no biggie. We'll figure it out. Blocking some of the shadows, and then we'll go. And we'll probably take a break here in a few. I will. Are you painting later?
I'm probably going to be working on those drawings for the book.
Oh yeah, you finished your. I saw that Don Rell is getting your dragon or your Godzilla painting.
Yeah, we traded. So
Nice.
I traded that piece for one of his wonderful drawings.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. Probably by the time I get home, it might be there. Hopefully, it's not just been sitting on the steps.
Is it raining there? Is it snowing?
Well, I just talked to my wife earlier today, and she said it snowed overnight.
Oh no.
it snowed here in Minneapolis too overnight. So when I woke up and I eventually looked out the window, there was snow, about half an inch, kind of light snow, not too heavy, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if we're supposed to get more or not, but yep, first snow that I've experienced this season.
Very cool.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for that super snowstorm. It'll happen though. I don't know if you've ever been to the Midwest or anywhere where there was real heavy amounts of snow, but yeah, it's. I don't know why I'm still living here.
Well, you got family there, right?
Yeah, it's being a lot closer to family. I don't think my wife would want to move anywhere.
Really?
At
Anywhere?
this time.
Not even California?
I mean, if we won the lottery and we didn't have to worry about finances, who knows? Yeah. I'd love to go back to Hawaii. My grandparents lived there for a bit.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's where my dad met my mom. She
Nice.
moved from Japan when she was about 7, and they moved to Hawaii. They had a bunch of family there. She lived on the Big Island for a while in Hilo, which is the wet side of the Big Island.
Mm-hmm.
And then they moved to Oahu. And my grandparents lived on the side of an extinct volcano. Well, I don't know if it's extinct, but it's called Punch Bowl, or is called Punch Bowl, just up a ways from downtown Honolulu.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, my first trip, me and my brother, I was like 16. My brother was 15. And being skateboarders is like, oh my gosh, we're in Hawaii. The weather is beautiful all the time. We were just skate rats downtown Honolulu, just going wherever, getting kicked out, and just having a blast.
Yeah, I still haven't been to Hawaii one day.
Yeah, I feel guilty going there now.
Why?
Well, with all this, the stuff going on politically and like the
In Hawaii?
locals. Yeah, with the locals, like, they're trying to get, they want a semblance of, just normalcy and not having to deal with all this craziness of, people coming, buying up their land, kicking them off their land and stuff like
Oh,
that.
I see
That
what you're
makes me
saying.
feel guilty. Like, but I know they rely upon, um, uh, people visiting their islands.
Right, but not taking all the property.
Well, yeah, you know how they had the fire in Maui, just
Right.
so I could see developers coming in and just trying to get that land and building, developing,
Right.
hotels and stuff for tourists and all that. And it's like that's taking that area that burned up. That was like all locals. So you're taking away homes from the locals. Where are they gonna go? So,
True. So
but yeah,
you wouldn't feel guilty about going to visit, but you would feel guilty about living there.
well, I know they rely upon the tourist stuff too, because if that completely disappeared, how would they make their living? I mean, you could go back to just living off the land and stuff like that, but most of us are used to living in a modern way with,
Yeah.
you know, conveniences and all that type of stuff. Like, how would people be able to adjust if all of a sudden that just disappeared? 'Cause some people
Right.
would. Some people might love it. That's what they've been waiting for.
Yeah. No, interesting. Never really thought about Hawaii in that way.
Yeah, my grandparents have passed. That's like my mom's parents. So I don't have any real reason or connection to go. Like, I have an uncle that lives there. He runs a banana farm. A couple of cousins I haven't seen in over 10 years.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah. They're like probably grown adults now. But I mean, I think when I left, my one cousin, she was just about to go into college.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I have cousins in Japan too that I've never met.
Well, it sounds like you still got a lot to explore before you consider Hawaii.
Yeah, I would love to go to Japan.
Me too. That sounds fun.
I think Don Drell's been there.
Nice.
Or at least some of the other Asian, maybe Southeast Asian countries. I'm not sure. I know he's spoken of it, or he planning trips, but that's for him to speak on. Let's see.
Yeah. Is he live right now? I can't tell.
I'm not sure. He could be, but I haven't seen there. People. The last thing that was written was from John. He said he didn't know you were an actor.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna take a break in a few. I want to just block in the main big areas of color for this figure, and then so actually, you know what? I'm gonna start another painting just in case I'm not able to get enough painting in tomorrow that uses up more of this paint. Because I don't want some of this paint to go to waste. So I'm actually gonna start another painting before I sign off today. But I do want to.
A brand new painting, huh?
Yeah, but it's gonna be super loose and just messing around type of stuff.
Not like this.
No, definitely not like this. This is too much mental thinking to do more of. But I definitely think changing it up is helpful because just get your brain to
reset it,
go
do
different.
something
Yeah,
different.
exactly. Reset the brain, etc., etc.
It looks like you're going with a warmer color with this character. What's the blue you're using?
This
That
is like
phthalo
a
blue?
very off.
Are you
Off.
are you using phthalo blue?
It's like a green. There's a phthalo green in it with blue and a
Yeah,
lot of white.
I think phthalo's like a warmer blue.
Yeah.
I always get that phthalo and ultramarine confused.
Yeah, well, there's ultramarine in this, and there's a phthalo green,
Oh, okay.
which you're pretty much right on. It's basically phthalo green and a blue is pretty much like a
It's gonna
bluish
give you a
or a greenish.
warmer. I want to say ultramarine is cooler temperature wise, but
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
I mean you're probably right, and maybe to someone else you're probably wrong. But either way, right and wrong at the
Somebody's
same
like,
time.
he has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know who that person is.
They can
All right.
put it in chat. Let us know if I'm right or wrong. Ultramarine, is it a cooler blue or is it a warmer blue?
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna leave this at this. A little unfinished. Very unfinished, actually, this character. But I don't know. Let me think of what I want to do next. I should find a piece I want to paint over. What's a piece I want to paint over?
No, you're not starting a blank canvas.
Maybe. I don't know. I might. I gotta take a look at what my canvases are consist of. What's a piece I'd like to paint over?
Do you ever paint on the back of your canvases?
No, never tried that.
I've seen some people do that. That seems kind of interesting, especially if you don't have the canvas, but you want to paint. And instead of painting over what you have on front, you just go on the back.
You know what? Here's a portrait I did of a friend. I'm gonna paint over this, but not paint over it. Just paint around it
Ah,
and see what comes of it. So I need to put this painting down. Actually, I might even take a break on this painting for a while.
I like that. That's cool. Looks like you did it real quickly.
Let's see. Let me go. Need the green and the red stands out a lot. I don't have a reference anymore, so I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But maybe I'm just gonna try to darken the back. Let's just see how this goes. I'm gonna just find a nice thick brush here. Oh, look how stiff this brush has gotten.
Yeah.
So stiff.
I definitely have some brushes like that. I don't think they're brushes anymore. More like a stick. Textured stick.
Unstiffen this. Ah, I don't think it's this. Can you unstiffen it? My goodness. Yeah, there we go. It's loosening up a little now. I don't think it's good for the brush to like get into these phases where you have to like loosen them like that, but you know what? I don't care. These really big brushes are expensive though, so I probably should care. But it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, if you can find a sale or something. Yeah, brushes can
Yeah.
get kind of spendy.
Let's play with this, and we're gonna go with like we're gonna bring in our black. We're gonna create a more dramatic background. I'm gonna see. I've never really trained in like the classical portrait style, but I have like played around with like different colors and stuff. So maybe we'll go with the brown down here.
You know what's
See.
funny? Before your brush went into the frame, I thought
Before
that
what?
painting was a lot bigger than it was. Is that
Oh,
like a
really?
20 by 16 or something?
This is oh yeah, you got it. 16 yeah, I think it is a 16 by 20.
I've done a lot of pieces on that size. But yeah, it looked a lot bigger. But as soon as you brought the brush into frame, I was like, oh, wait, that's small.
Yeah, this is a pretty yeah, this brush is a round 12 round.
Jeez, yeah. I don't know if I've ever used a brush that big.
But honestly, I want to try to darken the area around her because otherwise it's just like everything's like catching your attention, you know what I mean?
Still leave a little bit of that red coming through.
I don't know.
What are
Yes
you
and no, maybe. I don't know yet.
what are you using? I mean, it's still coming through.
Oh, this is just a black and burnt sienna.
Okay.
And this brush isn't really doing a good job because like the surface from the oil paint is so slick right now. I don't know if you've ever painted over like oil paint that's dried, but the surface is really slick.
Oh, so it hasn't been that long from when you worked on this, or?
Oh no, it has been. The oil
Okay.
paint was dried already,
Oh, okay.
but a
Yeah.
dried oil painting surface is like really slick. So I don't know how.
Oops.
I don't usually do paint overs like this, so I'm curious to see how this turns out.
You're not a multiple layer kind of painter?
No.
I like the, straight one shot. It's not easy to do. That kind of, I don't know if you're familiar with the painter Alex Katz.
No, I'm not.
He does a lot of portraiture, and I think he doesn't do a lot of over painting, like working the surface, like doing layers like this. Oh,
Yeah.
Mari says, John says the painting is brilliant. And Mari says, see you later, guys. It was nice hearing and watching.
Oh, hey. Yeah.
She got to clean her room.
All right, Mari. Take
she
care.
was
Thank
cleaning
you.
her room. All right. Take care, Mari. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Hope you have a good day or evening.
I don't know. I don't think this color is really working out. I might have to use a smaller brush because this brush is just really scrapey. Just scraping everything to the side. The time and the place.
It does the big area as well, right?
Not even because like it's
Not
just
even. It's too much
it's just kind of
scraping.
scraping the colors around. So I think if I wanted a certain effect, I could use this, but for what I'm doing right now,
It's
not
certainly
working.
not the effect you want.
Right. This isn't the effect I'm really going for right now. So
Mari says, thank you, guys.
take care, Mari. Let's get all the way down with this and then clean off this brush.
Yeah, I like when people can do this type of portraiture, kind of a more expressionist kind of portraiture.
What was that?
I said I enjoy people that can do this kind of portraiture, like an expressionist kind of work. I have a tendency to do mostly like realist stuff. I don't think I've ever tried my hand at just kind of an expressionist work or portrait, at least. Like Alex Katz or what's the this one lady lived in New York. She did portraits of neighbors and stuff like that. God, why am I spacing her name? John wants to know, who is the woman in the painting?
The bad thing about spending a lot of time. Oh, what was that?
Oh, John was asking, who is the woman in the painting?
So it's my friend. Her name is Dila Giraldo.
He's like, I have a feeling I might know, but I might be wrong.
I mean, she is an actress.
Yeah. You might know.
Ugh, all my brushes are so too rough for this surface.
He said
As you can see, it's just. Huh?
He said he was wrong. Yeah. You gotta take care of your brushes.
I know, man.
Trying to think, like, is there something you can use, like soak it in that would? But if the paint has dried quite a bit in the bristles, there might not be anything that could save that.
Yeah, I know. I just gotta get new brushes.
Even if you get like the comb, the metal tined combs to kind of.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. I still haven't gotten one or looked it up, but I remember you telling me about a brush comb, right?
Yeah, like house painters, those type of painters. That's something that they would use in their brushes. I feel like most people just buy new brushes. Once it's gotten to a certain point where the paint's just too caked in there, they just get a new brush. John says, "This is my favorite live stream of the week." Thank you, John.
Live stream of the week. Yes.
I would have
John,
to say
can you start a official contest and just make us winners for the first official contest?
Yeah. This is probably.
I think you're in the UK,
the first time I've joined in one.
So John can start the official UK's favorite streamers contest. We'll enter it, and you can nominate us, or you can what's it called? Name us the winners of that contest. There we go. This brush is a little better. I'm getting the color that I want. Maybe I'll go with like a dark black and a green here, just to have some color variety over this red. All right, this brush works way better. So these are badger hair brushes, but I don't necessarily know if this dark color is working. But sometimes you just gotta wait. Just gotta wait it out. Gotta do the whole thing and then make a decision.
Is it me, or it looks like it went green? The color
What?
you're using. Is it me, or did it go green?
I can't hear you because let me maybe I have to turn the volume up.
No, I put my earbud in.
Is it you or what?
Hold on.
I think Omizu has left the universe.
No, it was me. I put my earbud in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, it was dying, so I don't think that's. I was like, yeah, I think my brother will be home soon from work.
Okay. So what were you saying?
Looked like the color went green. I don't know if that's your mixture or you changed the mixture.
It was. I added some phthalo green into it.
Oh, okay.
But it is a little too dark now. But anyway, we could keep playing with it. I got to use up this paint anyway. But yes, it is green. It's a dark phthalo green mixed with black. So it's very dark.
John says it looks brilliant.
Thanks, John. Thank you. I'm just experimenting with a darker color in the background here. I'm not too sure if I like it. Like that, trying to go for that classical, like super dark background look. But even then, usually it's not this dark, I think. I think this is a little too dark. Usually I think the classical, yeah.
It's like too close to her pant color.
Yes, that too.
So now it kind of brought everything, it brought that background forward.
Mm-hmm.
Almost on the same plane as her pants. Even though there's a slight, her pants are definitely a lot darker.
Just a little bit, or
yeah,
whatever.
So there's a slight separation, but yeah, it really brought that lower area forward more. The only thing separating it is her jacket.
Right. Let's see.
But it doesn't mean you can't paint over that again.
Oh yeah, I will probably
or wipe it out, or scratch it out, or do all kinds of stuff, or add another. add something else on top of the wet paint.
Yeah. We'll see. We will see. But
You're like, I'm just trying to get rid of this color. Just trying to get rid of the paint. You like me? You don't like wasting paint? I hate that.
yes, gotta put it onto a canvas or something.
I know some people don't care. It's like, yeah, it's part of the process. You know, I use the paint and I can't worry about, you know, if it's left over or not.
Yeah. I see that.
There's another YouTuber that I follow, oil painter. He does a lot of alla prima, and he usually finishes a still life or whatever in about 5 hour session. And he'll have a lot of paint at the end of his session on his palette. He just scrapes it off and wipes it off on towels, and it goes in the garbage can.
Mhm.
There's kind of a running joke of like, yeah, you should put that on Craigslist or something. You know, some Japanese businessman might be interested in your used paint.
Oh yeah.
It's always a Japanese businessman. Looks like John said he's gonna have to say goodbye.
All right, John.
Hey, John, we
Take care,
appreciate
dude.
it that you were with us for this long. I didn't know how this would work out. I just said, sure, I'll do it. Never doing one of these before, jumping in somebody's live stream.
And if we got this green, I just want to thinking, all right, this color.
Thanks,
This
John.
color is definitely too dark. I'm finding.
Yeah,
But
it
I
looks a
want to.
little more muted now. Did you add white?
I added like a off green, like a light, very, very tinted white, but tinted with green.
Yeah,
Um,
it's more subdued now. It's
if I
almost like
add,
kind of grayish.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that helps push it back again. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's
Let
hard
me
to
just
tell
see.
because colors always look different on the screens than in real life.
Yeah.
John said bye for now. Catch you on the next stream. Thanks, John.
Take
You have
care,
a
John.
good night. I'm assuming it's morning. Is it morning or later early in the morning?
I think it's night where he lives in the UK.
Dude,
It's like late.
well,
Like
where
late in
I'm
the
at,
UK.
people far east, it might be like a 7 hour difference. And you're what,
Yeah.
like an hour or two difference from me. So that'd be 8 or 9 hours for you from where he's at. So they'd be farther in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, what time is it?
I think
Okay,
it's
it's
like
like
after. Alexa, what time is it in the UK?
In the United Kingdom, it's 11:10 p.m.
That's 11:10
oh,
p.m.
okay. So later evening. Yeah, it's about 5:10 here.
You know, one thing I definitely think this the darker color is adding some more drama though.
Yeah, I like that. Are you just using the burnt sienna?
Well, the burnt sienna kind of got mixed with the black a bit, so it's more like a blackish dark burnt sienna. But I'm also adding a lot of cad red.
Okay, because it looks a lot lighter than that dark mixture you had.
Yeah, so I added some cad red, or it might be a scarlet or whatever, into the mixture of the black with burnt sienna. So it's like basically like a reddish, really dark.
Yeah, kind of like a dark brownish red.
Oh, and you know what? This is gonna blend in with their hair too. I didn't really plan this well. I don't want her hair to get lost with this, but it's probably a way to make it look
I
okay.
don't know if it's because the paint of her hair is dry. It looks a little more muted than the color you're putting next to it. So
Yeah.
there might be a degree of separation, but yeah, it might be kind of close in tone.
We'll see. Okay, it's a little bit more purple,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's definitely, disappearing a little bit, but anyway, we'll do it and see what happens. Let's thank goodness for friends who, let you paint them.
Yeah, that's awesome. Did you do this as like a sitting? Somebody sat for you and you painted it, or
Yeah,
are
she
you
came over. She was here for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I basically knocked this out in about an hour and a half.
nice? Nothing wrong with revisiting it.
Yeah. I will say though, the resemblance is not exactly, but I don't know.
Oh, that's
Close.
expressionist portraiture for you.
Yeah.
It's kind of your take on the in the moment.
Right.
That's what's cool about it. Is like somebody actually sat for this, and that's what you did in that moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. That's
Versus, I think there's more character to that a lot more times than somebody that did like a here's a photo realistic image. I just had the photo and I just worked from it. That's almost very mechanical.
yep. Very mechanical, technical, etc., etc. Yeah, I do love the idea of just doing things live and
Yeah, if the sitter is willing. I've done a few, probably earlier in my, I don't know, you want to say career as a painter.
yeah.
Weren't very good. I don't think I got the finish.
Honestly, I think this is better than most of my actual paintings based on what do you call it? Based on pictures. So
Mm. Yeah, it's just a different way of painting.
yeah. So here we go. Just going around this wine glass. I'm amazed that you could see some of these colors through the screen though, because like I feel like I wouldn't notice those subtle details if it was just like on a screen.
I'm so well. It's been a while since I've actually used the oils, but I've used them so much that you start to become familiar with the the paints or the colors,
Yeah.
and I've always loved color mixing.
Hmm.
So I'm not like, unless it's, I guess it's, if it's the acrylic paints, I'm usually not the type of painter that's like straight out of the tube, just using that color. I have to mix other colors in.
Right.
After a while, you can tell who's just straight out of the tube and who takes the time to mix their colors. And it's fun, it's like, what can you get if you put these combinations together?
Oh, you know what? This background I think definitely makes her pop out a bit more.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's not, the background's not so loud that it takes away from your sitter, because that red
Yeah.
could be really loud in it, and it's like, all people are looking at is the background and not the focus of the image, which is your sitter.
Yes, exactly. Although, did you see that painting of like King Henry or whatever? That they painted the entire background like this dramatic red.
Yeah, there's a certain modulation to the color usage of that
Yeah.
background.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I'm
They did
not
a great
sure
job.
how I feel about it. It's different. It's like I'm not hating it, but I'm also not in love with it.
Right. But I think with that red, I think it was the red was toned down Like it's much darker red.
Yeah, I know that guy has some videos he's posted on his YouTube of him working on the painting and maybe also explaining a little bit of his process and why he did certain things. I can't
Yeah.
remember his name right now, but I know when that painting came out, I was Googling the artist to
It was so
see.
controversial.
Yeah. And if you look at his other work, it's pretty similar to how he paints, so it's not like he went off the rails or anything.
Yeah. I think the biggest comments though were like, "What is he, the Lord of the Underworld?" Like, I
So
thought that
there
was
was a
funny.
controversy back in, I don't know if it was before Princess Diana passed or after. Some stuff, it might have been before, but some stuff came out about some communications between him and Camilla, his new lover, and he had sent some stuff that was kind of like, okay, that should be kept private. And
Oh, really?
I don't even know if I want to say it live on stream because it's just like, yeah, that seems a little disgusting. But I was thinking there might have been some allusion to that controversy with the coloration of the background.
Yeah.
You would have to Google that. I don't know if I
Yeah,
want to
I
say it
will.
on stream.
But I really, now that I'm looking at this, I really do like how these colors came out and just like
Oh yeah, it
brought her
looks
forward.
great. It definitely a lot better than just that bright, stark red.
Yeah, now if only so I do have photos of her, but I don't want to use them. I want to see like where I could go with this without her photo. Now there is something around the face that I'm like, I gotta work on that. Or maybe you know what? I can add some detail to this backdrop here and just give it a little, maybe some pop. Let's get rid of this brush. Clean it off.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to do something where you can separate her hair
Yeah.
from the new color.
Uh-huh.
Like I don't know if like highlights or
Yeah.
even just
Hold on, sorry, I
darkening
gotta
it.
keep this cat away from. What were you saying?
I don't know if you'd want to do something to, highlight her hair to kind of separate the edge, her hair, the outer edge from the background, or like darken it or lighten it, or put something in the background that kind of breaks the line, the border between the background and her hair.
Yeah, I was thinking about something in the background.
Yeah. Like one of your paintings. Just
Yeah.
ad lib a painting in the background to cut that line.
Let's see. What brush am I going to use? I really like this brush. And I think
Holy
reds and
crap, you
yellows.
just broke the 3-hour mark.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. 3 hours and 5 minutes.
Cool. Yeah, I used to when I first did my when I did drawing live streams, I could like go for hours and hours. I think drawing, as far as the amount of time I could do it for, is longer than painting.
I think longest I've gone was a little over 5 hours.
A little over 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yellow. I don't know about yellow.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yellow's a little too. I mean, if you muted that yellow, maybe because her jacket is
Yeah.
already kind of bright.
And this.
That might almost kind of blend in with the same similar tone as her hair. I guess it depends on what you do.
Let's just go with it. Let's go with these dashes. See how it goes. Play with some of these colors. No, I'm not going to do the same colors. I'm just going to switch them up.
Are you gonna fill in the whole background like that? That
Maybe.
might be kind of interesting.
Pull yeah, you know, in the style of Von Hoch, of just doing the dashed work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, these colors are too bright. We'll see. Let's keep going. Let's just keep going and commit to the bit and just see what happens.
Yeah, it's just paint. You can always paint over it.
Commit to the bit.
I think that right side, because you're following the contour,
Yeah.
causes it to blend in. Doesn't create a sense of separation because you're following the contour.
So I'm actually just doing a circle, like a
Oh,
circular.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Whereas
initially,
the left side, because it's not
yeah,
quite perpendicular to that edge, but
yeah,
it creates a kind of delineation from her hair and the background without having to make a outline.
yeah. I definitely need to work on her hair a bit.
Does it feel weird somebody's critiquing your work as you're working on it?
I don't think so, because I think in general I'm already like doing that,
Yeah.
you know, in my head. But I think like to have an extra voice, it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, you know, you're catching things and sharing ideas that maybe I wouldn't have thought. But I think it's also helpful because I'm like, is that what I'm doing, or am I actually, you know, doing something different? So in my head, I'm actually thinking like, oh, is he right, or am
Yeah.
I?
Because it's your painting.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a backseat painter.
You know what I can do is I can make this look like a swirl, and it kind of just like swirls around.
Ooh, kind of like a Van Gogh,
Yeah.
Starry Night kind of thing.
Yeah. We go with that, like a little swirly swirl.
Well, I know I've been having fun hanging out.
I'm glad, dude. Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a part of this. It's great
I
to
was a
have this.
little hesitant, like, oh man, I don't know. Can I do this?
Oh,
Can I
really?
can I
You were
sit and like have a okay decent conversation, live, and like how can I contribute to it, not take away from the stream?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the others, such as John and others, are very glad you're here.
Yeah, the feedback is good. Whoops.
Yeah.
I've seen other artists do this on theirs, and they would each be doing kind of their thing while they were, um, conversing.
Yeah, next time, I mean, if you want to paint, definitely. That's what I thought you were gonna do. Is you were
Well,
actually gonna jump in and
since
paint?
I'm not at home,
Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah. The only other thing would be me like sketching on the iPad. So I'd have to set up my phone as the camera capturing, and then you would see me drawing on the iPad. I don't know
Right.
how that is how much more interesting that is compared to somebody, you know, working
Yeah,
with
but I
actual
mean,
materials.
I don't know. I think the best, my highest viewed streams are all drawings. I think some of my most viewed streams are drawings, and I think what happens is that, like, what do people find more relatable and interesting, and things that they want to learn? Do they want to, look at someone drawing some cool pop art that, is like, oh yeah, I'd love to learn how to draw pop art? Or do people want to see some dude like experimenting on a portrait of somebody? And I think there's an audience for both.
Oh yeah, I find it more interesting than some content out there that's like people doing the same thing or similar things as everybody else.
And you know what? I think I might go a little bit more with this color, but then I want to maybe add some dots. I don't know how the dots are going to work out, but maybe add some dots. Is that a cat? Is that a cat in your background?
No,
Mewing?
that's my brother's dog. He has 2 dogs, 2 pit bulls. He's waiting for my brother to come home.
That's how
So
your dog is? The dog?
he's whining. He's
Oh.
like, "Oh, I hear something, but I don't know if it's him." Sorry, I'm just captivated by what you're doing.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a really fun part of painting when you do this these like these brush effects.
Just the marks, just putting a mark down.
Yeah. I enjoy it. Otherwise I wouldn't do it, right? I enjoy it.
I feel like I would be fretting over the marks that I'm putting down. Like,
But hey, that's how you would come up with your distinct marks, right?
I would just want them to be just as loose. Like, don't mess with
Really?
it, because once you
Oh.
start trying to go back and working it, now it has an overworked feel. It's just like lay that down and let it be and move on.
There you
I
go.
never really, well, I think maybe some of my earlier works have been kind of painted like that, but I've always had that. Yeah, you could tell he's worked it quite a bit. But
Like overworked it?
well, it's more work than just the loose, expressionist style. Because I've had elements of, expressionist marks in some paintings with stuff where I've refined it and worked it. And I always liked that, but I never really pursued that
Mm-hmm.
beyond maybe some of those earlier paintings. And then I started painting more like Salvador Dali.
Yeah.
One of my pieces a friend has, I wish I could show you guys that. And that has more of the expressionist brush marks that I kind of stopped doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I always like struggled with paintings, and like it would take me years sometimes to complete a work.
Really?
Yeah, just because I would put it aside, start something else new, and if I felt the energy to continue, I'd pick it back up and start working on it. Like I said, that portrait of my brother's dog, I started that, and it probably took, I don't know, 15 years, maybe
Yeah.
between 10 and 15
Wow.
years before I picked it back up and I finished it. So when I picked it back up, I was able to finish it relatively quickly for myself. Um, so yeah, there's always these long pauses or breaks because I'll start something and just put it aside. Usually it's like, oh, I get stuck and I'm like, where is this supposed to go? And am I ready to really finish this?
Am I ready? Of course you're ready.
Sometimes at certain points I didn't feel like I was ready to finish something.
But you know what?
Like,
I think oh yeah,
I don't
go
know
ahead.
if it's because I didn't have the skills yet or the vision
Mhm.
how to go about painting. I really like how these I'm pointing at the screen like people can actually see my finger.
Mhm.
I like how the marks are swirling around, especially the ones by her arm with the glass,
Oh yeah,
and how they come
creating an
around,
effect.
create that arc along that edge of the painting.
Yeah, I'm seeing how this works out. Just adding these like marks along the outside here. And I picked up some of these like decorative stuff. I mean, obviously, very heavily inspired by Von Hall, but at the same time, I think someone who's an amazing decorative artist was Gustav Klimt.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
like, all his pieces, they're incredibly decorative. That's how he got started, right? Like, he was designing decorative stuff for like churches and stuff.
yeah. I'm not well versed on him, but I'm familiar with his like. When you see one of his pieces, you're like, yeah, that's Klimt.
Yeah. Now, my only concern with this, I will say that earlier, I think without this, she stood out more without these marks, but I think these marks add interest. So I don't know. I'm kind of like debating: is it better or worse?
Well, it went from like, okay, here's a background to like something that might come be more like a dream.
Uh-huh.
Or there's a bunch of lights surrounding her.
Mhm.
She's like in a pachinko arcade or whatever with all the lights and
Cinco
stuff,
Arcade.
or a casino.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Here we go.
Oh, hey, my mom was calling for me.
All right, dude. My head. We'll see you again soon. And let me see, this brush.
Eric, you gonna escort me?
All right, let's see where we're going here. I got to add some more of these brush strokes into to our space here. Where's that brush? Where's that brush I was just using? Come on now. There we go. Nope, it's not the same brush. This was it? Yep. Okay, cool. So this has to go in the glass as well. Some of these marks. I just realized that the glass is totally reflecting something different than what's actually in the background. So I have to paint over the glass real quick. What's a good brush for that? Let's use this brush. We're gonna paint into this background. Let's go right here. And then here we go. We got to grab this. I'm going to go into this. I'm going to go around like so. Clean off this brush. And we're going to clean off this brush. Let's give some more contrast to these nails. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 fingers. You start to see the contrast of the nails there. And let me see. Probably the greatest out a little bit. Maybe pull in some of this green to gray it, neutralize the color a bit. Let's see what we can do. Like a gray. Why? What am I going to do this? Let's see. So crazy how this color looks like a skin tone on this color, but when it goes on here, it looks like white. I don't know if it's because it's pulling the colors off or what, but very interesting to see this effect here. We go. I'm gonna grab a skin tone. Make this into more of a skin tone. How do we do this? Grab a white into here. Grab some of this pink. For darkened skin tones. So, onto the underneath the hands here. working on creating some separation, and maybe work on, let's see how we can darken this area. Let's go with a more natural shadow color up here. And let's go bring in our yellow. We're gonna go. And bring in some more red. Let's see about getting some more red into this skin color here. Let's add in I don't think that's working. So if the light's coming from down there, yeah, I don't know. So I'm working without a reference now, so in a sense, I am making some of this up. And right now, I'm just exploring with my powers of perception. Which, working in my current state, it's more exploratory just to see where I can take things without a reference. And let's go. I messed up by trying to add too many shadows, but we'll have to fix this eye. This eye's gonna bother me.
Which eye?
This eye in this corner.
Oh, okay. What about it is disturbing to you?
Well, if you see it up close, you'll be like, oh, okay, I see. There's a lot of issues with it. You know what I mean? A lot of issues.
So are you going off your memory, or are you working from a photo?
Yeah, I'm definitely going off memory, which is my first mistake, but trying to see. There must be a way to.
It's tough because you're like, you already had laid down the initial impression of your
Yeah.
sitter. Once you start going over it, you kind of lose that spontaneity.
Yeah, so I am gonna pull up the. So let me see if I can find a reference because I'm pretty sure I took photos. I just want to get this eye. If I get the eye, I'd feel okay.
Can't believe you only got 2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, I'm not sure if some people feel an aversion to doing that for some reason. Like I typically do it right away. Like if it's somebody I typically or follow regularly and I like their stuff, I'm just going to give them a thumbs up right away
Yeah,
before I forget.
yeah. Just if I could capture the spontaneity of this moment. I'm gonna go with some blue. Go with a darker blue here. I can see if I could dramatize some of this. And I've already got so much of it. May or may not be for the best, but we shall see. Hmm. And let's see how this goes. So I want to do the eyes. Go for this. Let's do.
So besides the video, do you
What's that?
document your process like with photos?
With photos, not really.
So like say you like before you started work on this one again, like you just take a quick photo maybe as reference or something.
I took I have a few photos of her.
Of her, yeah. But I mean the
Yeah.
work itself.
Yeah.
Like photograph, like document through photos your process. Just like snapshot here and there. I know you have the
So I
video.
already have a photo of this. I have a photo of this elsewhere.
Oh, you already have a photo of the painting.
Yeah, I already have a photo of this.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let me
I
see.
usually do that because once I start making changes, I want to compare what I had to the new stuff I add. Especially if I start not liking what I am currently doing. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I know.
oh man, what did I have before this? But I mean, this could be a part of somebody's process. Is like, I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to get to that next point or stage.
Nope, I have reached a point where I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do to fix this interior area here? Or I could just go even more wild with it. And let's see. Let's go. Color here. Blue shadow. Let's go with some color here. Some shadow right there. I think the color is really adding to it, but I have to commit to this idea that what?
Yeah.
Like I have to commit to it. I can't let it be like half colorful and then like.
Yeah, you can't go half-assed.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this comes out. Let's go. Let's go with a little blue highlight here around the face. Don't want to make her look cold though. Maybe that's not so bad. I don't know. Let's see. Let's keep going. I do like how the color's coming out though, but I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know if I'll be able to pull this off. We'll see.
Well,
If
it
I
does
can.
add more depth. It starts to add more depth.
Yeah.
Than when you have like very similar skin tone throughout, even the shadows.
Man, but that back eye looks so different. So I'm trying to think.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I should just paint over it totally. How do I do this? Let's try to paint over it totally. And go. See what happens. Let's cover this up. Let's go some more skin tones. We need some more reds in this. Let's grab some more reds. Reds and yellows.
Hey, you got Michael Wilbur joining.
Hey, what's up, Michael Wilbur? How you doing? So here's an experimental piece that I have reached a point of no return as far as I have to commit to this like colorfulness. And we're gonna see how it goes because what's that?
So Michael says brighten the background. But you missed it, Michael. The background was brighter before.
Yeah, it was
It
super
was
bright.
like this red color.
What if I just left the eye area like that? Leave her with one eye.
I think people would say, "Oh, your piece is unfinished."
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah, because people are so trained to see faces a certain way that would definitely be the thing they point out. Why does she have one eye? Well, we don't know the story.
Maybe
Yeah,
she really had
Michael says make it lighter. He
lighter.
has a lot of wet paint going on there, so if he did, I think that would he would end up muddying up what he did. So I don't know if you'd have to wait till it dried to want to go do that, if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, he just made the background, so you might want to sit on it for a little while. Yeah, once you start making a lot of impasto kind of marks and you start going over that, it's just going to end up going muddy. Yeah, it could be. He's saying painting is already overworked. Garage sale it. Well, if he stopped at this point,
Well, I don't know. What would happen if I stopped at this point? No, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna commit to the bit and just figure it out.
that's the cool thing about painting is, like, you know, you don't know when it's done until it's done.
Yeah, I'm committing to the bit.
Yeah, at
And
this
we'll
point,
see.
at this point, you have to. You want to do your sitter justice.
Unless I pull like a, good old like Francis Bacon and just smudge it all, which is not really my style, so how to do that. But let's go grab this dark blue.
So I get the feeling like I kind of like the marks you did in the seat that she's sitting. It's almost like
Uh-huh.
rhinestones or something. Or
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, instead of that flat dark color, you definitely made it more interesting. I mean, you could have went any direction with the background and stuff.
Yeah, and make it better than it was.
Better or worse? I mean,
All right, so let's do that. And let's see, how do we want to do this? Still got to finish the eye. So at least the eye is like, has a variety of colors on it. But let me see if it's possible to resolve this eye issue. Maybe it's not. Maybe I have to put a pause on this for another 6 months and then come back to it. I don't know. But let's take a smaller brush. I'm going to use find a statement to be true. What statement do you find to be true, Michael? Michael Wilbur?
yeah, I lost the context.
All right, so how do I add this? I'm gonna go. Yeah, sadly, the paint is way too thick now that anything I do is gonna have to be very, very layered. It's gonna change the whole look of the thing. Oh well, that's what you get.
Picasso it.
No, no, I'm not gonna use like an abstract idea to cover up. I'd rather see if I'm able to fix it and then pull a, abstractification of something.
Yeah, Michael Wilbur says one big eye.
Even these eyelashes.
Yeah, it's almost like if you want it to be consistent between both eyes, you kind of have to do both eyes.
Yeah.
Or else one will look obviously different from the other because it's the earlier eye versus the newer eye.
But it almost looks right though, based on what I'm seeing.
Michael
But
says it's fun chatting with famous artists like you two. Appreciate that, Michael. I don't think I'm famous though.
you are famous.
I don't even know if I'd want to be famous. Maybe when I was younger, I had illusions of that, but now it's like, there's no turning back when you're famous. Ooh, now I like that. Even though it's still kind of light, I know you're blocking that in. Her
Yeah.
eye is actually now, I don't know. I couldn't see it before, but now like both eyes are kind of looking at the viewer. I don't know if the original eye was that way on that side. Plus, if that eye is in shadow, there's going to be less detail to it than the eye on the left side of her face.
Yeah.
Which would be her right eye.
The other problem is it's supposed to disappear behind the nose, and I think I made this area too much. So let's see.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think you have to do that. I don't think you have to hide it. I mean, I'm not sure if you're trying to capture the correct proportioning or just kind of capture her likeness.
Aye.
Because that side now looks like her lid is. I'm not saying it's bad. Uh-oh. We lost you for a second. I'm not saying it's bad, but her lid looks a little lower now than the other side.
Yeah, I mean it's not as round. I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned with the like that subtlety, but I just want to at least make it look like it was painted on the same day.
Yeah.
You know?
So that you would definitely have to do both eyes then.
You think I have to do both eyes right now? Yeah, I guess. Let's go.
Well, if you look at the paint quality,
yeah, you can notice
from the left to the right,
you
you
can
can
definitely
tell
see it.
that it's like.
Oh, maybe let's just repaint both eyes. Let's
It's
see.
up to you though. Maybe you want that. Michael says 2 areas on the face that are overworked often: the nose and eye.
Yeah.
And I could. I'm not going to disagree with that. I know I've had plenty of paintings where I've done that. Eyes should always be painted at the same time. Yeah, I think
agree.
so. Or else you just got 2 different looking eyes.
This is so bad.
What's that?
This is so bad.
It's so bad. Are you struggling? That's yeah. Once you start making them changes, you gotta keep, like you said, you gotta stay with the bit. You gotta
You know
keep
what I can
going.
do? Let's see. Let's see what I can do. I think if I bring this side down and just make it look more curved.
Yeah.
And then eye down. Give her some thicker eyelashes. I don't want to ruin the whole. Let's see. And the shadow down.
Michael said, LOL. Glad I don't have to grade it.
Ah,
That's
all
the
right.
cool thing about not being in school. You don't have to worry about your work being graded, except the internet will let you know.
Right. All right.
I think that's why a lot of people don't like to show their artwork, especially when they're newer artists or not as confident with their abilities. Some people don't even care. It's like, you get what I put down.
Huh.
You know, I might have to try one of these paintings. A quick expressionistic portrait.
Actually, no, I'm gonna take a break right now and feed the cats, and then I'll be back in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
All right, I'll try to keep people entertained. Our 3 viewers, one of them probably being my, oh, hey, 4 viewers. Hey, welcome, guys and gals. Is that a self-portrait? No, this is a portrait of a friend of his. Or is it? He's telling us it's a portrait of his friend. I knew you were joking, Michael.
All right, let's see.
I like to keep going with the joke, though.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's just like this eye just looks like a little bit more cross-eyed.
That's the thing with revisiting work that you set aside that's not quite finished.
Mhm.
Is you don't have that same energy that you had when you originally did the
Right.
initial work. So to come back and it's almost like, yeah, you're painting a whole new painting.
Yeah. Well, that was the whole process of like doing this whole background. So no matter what, it's gonna change. But let's see what I can do with. Let's go with this.
Michael says, missing an Adam's apple.
Mm.
You're not putting it in, are you?
I don't know. It might end up somehow appearing if I keep at this rate.
So, an early piece of mine, um, I can't remember if it was supposed to be a portrait of a girlfriend at the time, or I was
Guessing
just
it was.
doing something, but it was a geisha,
Yeah.
and it's her looking into a mirror,
Uh huh.
like kind of like after she applied her makeup or whatever. So you see her from the back, and she's looking at the mirror, so you see her face in the mirror, and her figure looks feminine, but the face I made in the mirror looked more masculine.
Really?
Yeah, this was early on. It's it's a nice painting. It kind of reminds me of your portrait here, where it had a lot of the loose marks, the impasto marks, you know.
Yeah.
But I worked the face and definitely overworked it, and I think I just said that's it, and didn't realize until later on after the paintings dried, and there some years went by, and I'm looking at it like, yeah, this kind of a masculine face, but I just left it. I'm like, I'm not gonna rework this again. My wife is texting me.
Oh, Is she watching you stream and hearing about you talk about
No,
ex-girlfriend?
I don't think so. Unless I send her the link.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because it would have to be one of my streams. I don't know if it posts to my channel that I'm in your stream or not.
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure how that works.
Let's go in with this red. Give her some blush on the cheek here. And
Oh, the lips are popping more.
Yeah, I added some dark red on the top.
Yeah, usually that ends up more in shadow. The upper lip. I like how it is now because you get the lower lip gets hit with some light on that side. I don't know if you adhere to a light source, like where your light is coming from.
Well, yeah. Well, I do have a reference that I'm like, at this point, I'm just like doing my best to like go along with it.
Let's see, Wilbur or Michael. Using his last name is his first name. Michael said, "I did a painting similar to this, but he draped a bra across the arm." And he says his arm. So I don't know if he's joking with you or not.
Yes, let's see. So the roast of Emmett Ferguson. I don't think this eye's so bad.
No, that eye is definitely better than the other eye now.
You really think this eye's better than this eye?
Yeah. The only thing is, because you have the highlight marks in the old eye, it's kind of distracting a little bit.
I think that's the only thing. If I add a little highlight,
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that'll
I don't
help.
know if you need a highlight in the other eye because that eye, depending on where your light source is, you might not get a little glint of highlight in the eye that would be more in shadow. But it all depends on, if you're adhering to a particular light source. Maybe there's too much of a glint in the eye and you only need just a hint of it.
Yeah. Definitely reduce that a little bit.
That helps. That definitely helps.
And then I need to add.
Yeah. Michael says, throw a little highlight color on the knee. It will push everything back some.
On the knee.
Yeah. I mean, you're focused on the face right now, so the knee can wait.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see what he means.
Freaking eye. Freaking eyes, people.
Because the way you painted her left eye, which is the right side, seems softer. Because I think you got between the white of the eye and the pupil, or seems softer because of the edges where they meet.
Yeah. I think my phone's gonna die soon too, which doesn't help. My reference photo is gonna be.
He's saying Picasso. Don't we all have a little Picasso in us?
Yeah.
That's the excuse you use when you can't paint very well. I mean, people look at Picasso; he's a master. So
He could also draw and sketch very well, though. Like, if he wanted to paint realism, he could.
Yeah, I think he got bored of that.
And he could do it in a very, like, beautiful way, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you see that in his early work. Jeez, dude was painting from when he was a kid. Like, his dad was a painter,
Like when he
too,
was,
and
like,
a teacher.
13. I think when he was, like, 13 years old or something.
Yeah. I mean, he was doing masterworks at that age. 16, 13, 16. Just imagine being painting for that long, like having that level of skill or ability from an early age, and just getting bored with the type of painting they were doing up to that point and saying, I
Yeah.
need to find something else, because he copied a lot of other artists, like their
Oh,
styles,
totally.
not like literally copying their work, but taking their styles and making
Oh,
it
yeah.
his own. And I feel like it wasn't until Cubism where he kind of like found his thing.
Right.
I don't know. People might argue that and say, oh no, his blue period or his rose period.
But even I didn't even know he had a rose period.
Yeah, it came right after the blue period. It was kind of short lived. I think once he kind of got over, Michael says, artist subjective, banana tape to a wall. True. That certainly outraged a lot of people. I don't know about the banana on the wall, but certainly when it went to auction and it sold for $6.2 million, that was the more outrageous part.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the money, you want the clout, you pay $6.2 billion for the art. I'm sure Maurizio Catalan had no problem with that. He's like, cool, that'll set me up. I can do more art.
Yeah, I think it's looking a little better now.
Oh, yeah. It's more consistent. It doesn't look like, okay, you painted this at one point in time and then you painted this other side at another point in time.
Still not quite exactly where I want it, but almost, I think. I'm gonna grab this white. Grab
Yeah, I
some more
don't
of this.
know if you want to redo the eyelashes, or did you?
I mean, yes and no. I'm just trying to find this balance between.
You're like, I just want to get back in the boat with
Right,
all the
yeah.
sharks swarming around.
Michael Wilbur here is like rocking the boat while I'm trying to get in. He's like shaking it while I'm trying to like claw my way up into the boat.
You got a tiger. What is it? A monkey, or is it a monkey or orangutan? What was that movie? Was it Dev Patel, where he's in the boat with the tiger? And do you ever see that?
What, like 10 days in Tibet or whatever?
No, it was later than that. Oh man, I can't remember the name of the movie. I think I read the book. Jeez, I can't even remember any of it. Oh, Pi. Yeah. Was it The Life of Pi? Or just called? I think it was called The Life of Pi. Dev Patel played the protagonist in that. Somehow he ended the ship sunk. He ended up on a life raft with a tiger. I think was it orangutan? Yeah, Life of Pi. maybe some other animals. The tiger ended up eating all the other animals, and it was just him.
Oh, is that
and
what
the tiger.
happens? Way
What's
to
that?
spoil it. It's a way to spoil it.
No, that's not the end.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not the end.
I'm kidding though. You could totally spoil it. I'm probably not gonna watch it, but
You should watch it. It's a good
yeah,
film.
it's a good film. Okay, I
The
might.
Life of Pi.
Right. You know what? I think this is. I still, not ideal.
The only other thing I suggest, as far as the face, is the chin. Like
Yeah,
you
her
lost
chin's
that. You
at an
lost that
unusual
edge.
angle.
You
Huh?
lost that edge of the chin.
The edge?
Yeah, when you added that color to the jawline.
Oh, like right here.
I think you lost the edge, but I mean that's. Yeah, there you go. Not that you had to make an edge, but it just to look a little. That's where my perfectionist eye is like, oh my god, you got to do that. It could have been fine, or it says Dr. Doolittle, and he could talk with the tiger. Dr.
Speaking of which, all right, so I don't usually like to show references because as soon as you see the reference, you're like in instant comparison mode. So I'm only going to show the reference for 10 seconds, just in case anybody's wondering.
Oh, you're going to show the photo, huh?
I will. I will show the reference. But I know what happens is, instantly, as soon as you show a reference, people are like, oh my goodness, why does it not look? Doesn't even look like them. But anyways, all right.
Maybe
So
don't show the reference.
No, I
Keep it
will.
a
I like
mystery.
y'all. I'm open enough to making myself.
You're secure enough in your ability to handle criticism. You'll show the
So
reference.
this is the reference.
Okay. Is this in your place?
Yeah, it's my apartment.
Okay.
So this is still a little bit. It's a little different. It's definitely an interpretation.
Well, the thing was, you did the painting from life, then took the
Right.
photo, right?
Right. So the photo is a little bit redder than what I was seeing in person.
Well, and the angle.
Right. Exactly.
The
So,
angle that you were painting her from might be a little different.
but I do think that we have reached the point where.
Oh, I don't know if Michael posted it afterwards, but it says, "Let's
Michael,
see
you
the
didn't get to see the photo?
Yeah, he says he likes it better now. My brother's home. Is there a way to mute this? I'm gonna mute you guys real quick.
So I kept her ear out of it. I probably should add her necklace. There's a necklace there. Let me add that necklace. Let's see it earlier. Oh well, if I do it, I could probably do it again in the future. It's just the paint's too wet right now. So I'm not gonna be able to do a good job unless I just use really thick impasto. Her hair to her waist. What's my thoughts? No, I like I like where this is at. Shoot, everything's falling. You know what? I want to do another version of this. Let me clean off this brush. Will I do another version? I don't know. Let me put this away because I still have more paint that I want to use up before the end of the day. I can't hear anything if you're muted.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want my brother talking to my mom in the background.
Save for hair to a waist. See, now that I've reached this point, I'm like, I do want to do like a crazier one that's just like, I just like swipe everything away. Hey, welcome. You able to get in? No. It's locked. I'm still streaming, by the way. All right, let me see. Do I want to do another one? Might have time for one more. I feel like at this point I should pull a. Yeah.
You're going hard if you're doing another one.
No, I think with this piece, what I might play with is adding these strokes.
Chris
and Yeah.
Pony or
Yeah.
I figure out the time. My car's is good.
Okay, we'll figure out the time. Yeah. Trying to find the right brush to do this.
Squeeze you. Squeeze me.
Finding just the right brush can be tough. This brush, no, this brush, no. Maybe this brush. This might be a good brush for this, what I'm trying to do here.
Nice.
No, that's mother-daughter. No, that's a boyfriend-girlfriend. Some guy reached out to me on Reddit and wanted me to do a painting of them.
Oh, I see.
Or not a painting, it's just a sketch. So.
The hair.
All right, let's see how we can make this more Von Hoey. Von Hoey.
The best stickers in somebody's lap.
Oh yeah, what was it?
It's, let's see, it's like art stickers of starting night. Stickers that said,
Go.
I go here, but it goes like
I go.
art stickers.
Commit to the bit. I don't know if this is gonna really add or take away. Painting these stripes around. I find it really fascinating. I have to do like more in-depth study one day of how Von Hoch might have done his stripery, I call it. Stripery. So Michael Wilbur says, "What's her occupation?" She's an actress. Oh no, we're talking. I think. Oh, what's my girlfriend's occupation, or what is this person's occupation? There we go. A little highlight in the knee there. And then let's go around the waist here. We're going to go around the waist with some, let's use some more of this black. It's going to stand out just a little bit. Make a pop with some gray.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, Dilla.
Yeah, yeah. What's up with her hand?
Which one?
The left hand.
This one?
Left hand.
What's up with it? What do you mean, what's up with it?
Is it dripping blood?
No, she's holding a glass of wine.
Oh.
Amiza, you are still muted, by the way. She's...
Oh.
Similar to Norman Rockwell. We're going to clean off this brush.
Hey, Emmett, it's very mosaic-like now.
Yeah, thank you. Or I guess, I don't know, is that, thanks for noticing, I guess. Or thanks for sharing what you're taking away from it, because that's helpful.
Yeah, I think that definitely helped with the color in the knee, her waist.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's go. Need to find some good colors to mix. Got some. I don't want to put down more color, but I also don't want to use these colors that I have on here because it'll cause some issues. So let's see. What can I do? This hand. Bring it up.
Wilbur says, I don't know many living artists. Must artists get rich only when they're dead? I don't know. There's some living artists making a living.
Yeah.
Probably not that many
Coons.
that are making a living.
Bear, watch out.
Bear. As far as what some people on the outside would say is
We got Coons, Takashi Murakami.
Oh yeah, I mean big name artists. Even I don't know, Murakami, didn't he went bankrupt a few years
Murakami,
back.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not that I'm sure he can make a comeback from that. He's pretty popular.
And let's see. So we're gonna go around this arm here. Let's go with some white. I'm going to grab some of this red to bring in. I think this green looks okay. And let's see, how are we going to go? I might have to just bring in more colors, but let me see if I can play with what I have right here with the white. It's going to go across. Go across the stomach. And then add in some blues, subtle blue. Not very colorful. I feel like I'm not being bold enough with color choices here. As far as experimenting with this, the effects of Van Gogh. Let's see, maybe we'll go with add in a bit more red. Let's see. No, that looks kind of weird. I'm probably gonna take a pause right now.
Hey, you beat it.
Huh?
Oh, I was talking
Yeah.
to my brother's dog. Sorry, I forgot I took it off mute. Catch me in a moment where I'm like screaming
Hey, beat
at
it,
dogs
dude.
or something.
Beat it.
Yeah, just beat it. That's kind of a common saying I use. Beat it.
All right. And this chin needs to be brought in more. Let's see if we could do anything with the hair. Add in our black and mix into our red here.
Good
Black,
old
red.
MJ. Michael's asking me. I'm assuming he's asking me, where's my artwork? Right back there. If you go back earlier in the stream, Michael, you can see me giving a tour of the stuff here in my brother's house. Yeah, but you'd have to go back in the stream. Just have to go back in time. Use your scrubber. Go back in time. You don't. You don't typically unlist these, right?
Yeah, no, I don't unlist them.
So people can go back and watch. Yeah.
I do have a plan in the future, not now, not anytime soon, but in the future, possibly, unlisting some, but for the most part, I'm probably going to keep them. What am I doing?
Michael said, "Do you run out of room at your home for your paintings too?"
Me, yeah, definitely. I'm already out of room, but no matter what, somehow I continue to find space.
Yeah, I end up stacking canvases.
Oh yeah, my canvases are stacked.
Which is
Kat,
not
did
good.
you just say you do?
Me? I certainly run out of room. That's why I have to stack canvas. There's canvases leaning up against one another. You open the front door and you're like, is this a hoarder situation? I mean, they're not stacked to the ceiling or anything, but I usually hang a lot of work on the walls. So most of the wall is covered. That's smart.
All right.
Get them in the stores.
What?
Yeah, wherever you can.
Space when there isn't.
Galleries,
Right,
coffee
okay.
shops, stores, whoever will take them.
Yes.
Shoot,
All right.
I should just start hanging them up on the streets. Even
Yeah.
in the bathroom at Chevron gas station. Nice.
All right. I need to take my breather for the day. I think I'm done painting for the day.
All right.
And probably tomorrow I will probably stream again with my other painting. And I don't know, but I'm glad I was able to finally fix the eyes in a way that's like acceptable.
Yeah, like I said, very Alex Katz. No.
Alex Katz, I'll have to look him up.
Yeah, look him up. He's like 80 something, I think. Maybe 90 now. He's
Yeah.
still alive. You might enjoy his work. Yeah, he might be in his 90s, I think. He just had a huge retrospective at the Guggenheim in New York.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a year or so ago. It'd been nice to see that in person, but I always end up reading about stuff like that. Michael said, enjoy the fun and the painting class.
All right.
Michael, Emmett will be sending you the bill in the mail.
Bill. Yes. What is your address, Michael, so I can send you a bill?
They're not free. These classes are not free.
All right, so y'all got to see me sweating on these eyes. I was definitely sweating a bit. And there's still some more work that I feel like I would need to do on this. I still want to like learn how Van Gogh is able to do his like, his. I love how he does his
Sorry.
his little mark making. No, you're good. This is a
Well,
no
I think you
laughing
were able to
channel.
salvage the eyes.
Yeah,
They definitely
was.
look better. I think you had way too much glint in the eye, too much light reflection in the eye the first time around, but this is a little more natural.
Yeah.
It's tough when you do expressionistic, abstract, like figurative stuff, because it's like, do you go traditional and do everything proper, or so it's working within that those parameters or that range, because you
Yeah.
can go totally abstract. Here's my portrait. Oh
Yeah.
god, now I'm spacing his name.
Well, anyway, take care. Take care, everybody. Hope you're all doing
All
fantastic.
right,
Yeah, we
Emmett.
got to meet up, all of us, sometime. All right, cool. See ya. Thanks for being part of the live stream, Omizu.
Oh, I
Appreciate you,
appreciate it.
dude.
Hey,
Later.
by the way, the name's Corey if you want.
Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, I can call you that.
All
All
right.
right, Corey. See ya.
All right. Take it easy, Emmett.
Bye.